All right, good morning. I would like to call the Monday, April 19th, 2021 Board of Zoning Adjustments meeting to order. We will begin with roll call. Candace Forrest.
Present.
Todd James.
Present.
Mara Agins.
Present.
Jose Alvarez.
Present.
Ramiro Diaz.
Present.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Present.
And Matt Rufo. Matt Rufo is absent. At this time, would the board make a motion to adopt the minutes from the March 15th meeting?
I, Todd James, so move.
Tamara Egan, second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Eggins to adopt the minutes from our March meeting. Roll call vote. Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
and Matt's absent. Candace Forrest, yay. 6 yays, no nays. The motion carries.
Will the chairwoman please read the special hearing rules for adoption?
Yep. Special public hearing rules for Board of Zoning Adjustments hearings held via video conference. Order of business. The order of business at the hearing shall be as follows. Call to order and roll call with recording of members present. Approval of minutes, reading and adoption of the hearing rules, presentation of dockets, which include staff presentation, applicant presentation, and questions from members. Recess for 30 minutes. Consideration of dockets, which includes public comment, rebuttal by applicant, questions from members, and voting, ending with adjournment. Presentation of dockets. The order of business for each docket shall be as follows. Presentation by the City Planning Commission staff or the Department of Safety and Permit staff. Presentation by the applicant or their representative. The appellant or applicant may appear on their behalf or be represented by a duly authorized agent. Only one representative may speak on behalf of a request and must pre-register with the staff of the City Planning Commission. Other representatives or speakers may sign up to provide comments during the public comment portion of the meeting. The applicant shall be allowed a maximum of 5 minutes. Questions from members. The members have an opportunity to ask questions of the staff or applicant. Recess. The board shall take a 30-minute recess to allow members of the public to submit comments. Public comment rules. Only written public comment will be allowed. Live public comment will not be allowed. No member of the public may submit more than one written comment per agenda item. Time allowed for public comment. The public comment form will be made available at the start of the meeting and will close at the end of the 30-minute recess. Form. Public comments must be submitted electronically on the form provided by the City Planning Commission. Any comment missing this information will not be read aloud. Each submission must include the commenter's first and last name, the commenter's address, whether the commenter is being paid in connection with his or her comments, and the agenda item. Reading of public comments. A moderator will read into the record all comments pertaining to that item that have been submitted in accordance with these rules. Comments will be read aloud in a normal speaking voice. The moderator will discontinue reading a comment once it exceeds 2 minutes. Rebuttal by applicant. Following the public comment period, if there is opposition, the authorized representative of the application is allowed a rebuttal not to exceed 5 minutes. Questions from members. Following the public comment and rebuttal, the members have an opportunity to ask questions of the staff or applicant. Voting. Making a motion. The member making a motion shall clearly state their name when making a motion. For example, I, Candace Forrest, move to approve or deny the request. Seconding a motion. The member seconding a motion shall clearly state their name when seconding the motion. For example, I, Candace Forrest, second the motion made by other member. Statement by chair. The chair will restate the motion, confirming who made and seconded the motion. Voting. The chair will request a verbal vote from each member by roll call. Each member will indicate yay to vote in support of the motion or nay to vote in opposition. That's the end of the rules.
Thank you. Would the board make a motion to adopt the special hearing rules?
I, Ty James, so move to adopt the special meeting rules.
Mara Egan, second.
It's been moved by Commissioner James and second by Commissioner Eggins to adopt the special hearing rules. Roll vote, Ty James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yep.
and Candace Forrest. Yes, 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Thank you. In accordance with the adopted hearing rules, the public comment form link is available on the city's Granicus website, as well as NOLA.gov CPC. It will be available until the end of recess, after which public comments will be read into record as a part of consideration of dockets. As a reminder to applicants, action that the board takes today will be released in the form of a disposition notice by April 29th and sent via email, mail, and posted on the One Stop app. Requests that the board votes to approve must show compliance with any noted provisos before their case is finalized. Item number 2, BZA docket 00421, and item number 3, BZA docket 02621 were withdrawn. Item number 13, BZA docket 04221 has been automatically deferred to the May 17th, 2021 meeting, and items 17 and 18, BZA docket 04021 and item 04121 were both removed from the agenda. We will begin with unfinished business for variances. The first item is BZA docket 06620 for a property at 1430 Joseph Street. Following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Claudia Cope is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Aspen.
Yeah, BZA docket 6620 is a property located at 1435 Joseph Street. The applicant went before the board at the October and December 2020 hearing, as well as the January 2021 hearing. At the last hearing, the board gave the applicants an additional 90-day deferral to work with staff to remove the parking functionality of the existing non-compliant parking pad to turn the area into a patio. This original request was for variances from the Articles of 11, Section 11.3A1, Table 11.2A for minimum permeable open space, Article 11, Section 11.3B3, parking pad location, Article 22, Section 22.8B1, permitted vehicle parking locations in the front yard, Article 22, Section 22.11D1, parking pad location, Article 22, Section 22.11D2, parking pad location, and Article 22, Section D3, parking pad location, Article 22, Section 22.8C, dimensions of vehicle parking areas, and dimensions of vehicle parking areas. And this was an after the fact non-compliant driveway, which resulted in 8 waivers. The applicants are still working with the Department of Safety and Permits and the Department of Public Works to remove the existing curb cut at Joseph Street and remove the parking functionality from the existing parking pad. The applicants have removed additional concrete in the front yard and side yards to meet the minimum permeability requirements. The Department of Safety and Permits is waiting to lift the flags on the property. The applicants have submitted images of street work taking place along St. Joseph Street. Staff is recommending another 90-day deferral to ensure the applicants have enough time to remove the flags on the property and to wait until the street construction is complete.
I'm sorry about that. The applicant, Claudia Cope, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all doing well. At the January 11th meeting, it was agreed that I would remove enough pavement from my lot to compensate for the pavement added when the driveway was put in. That has been done, and Ms. Nero was sent photos documenting the work. We had been waiting to remove the driveway apron as requested by the Department of Safety and Permits in order to use it while moving tools and supplies back and forth during renovations. On March 10th, Bow Brothers, as part of ongoing road repairs, milled the street, preparing to overlay new asphalt. They damaged almost all of the curb in front of our house. The curb at the foot of the driveway, which was previously in good serviceable condition, was broken into pieces. Part of the work I have been asked to complete involves leaving the curb in original or restored condition. Photos of the damage were sent to Ms. Nero and Mr. Kindle. I notified the project manager the next day, asked that Bow Brothers repair the damage they caused, and sent him the photos. I spoke with him again last week, asking when the curb would be repaired. He said that the damage would have to be formally reviewed before any decision could be made. When asked for a timeline, he couldn't say anything more specific than less than 6 months. This was not helpful. Therefore, I'm requesting a deferral to get Bow Brothers to repair what they destroyed. There is a more significant issue at stake here that would make this deferral request moot. Last month, I emailed Ms. Quigley and Mr. Kindle separately, asking for information concerning what law or regulation they were following when they stated that the beginning of the prescription period should be reset to January 6th, 2016, which is when the city rendered judgment against the previous owner for excess pavement in the front yard, rather than remaining on October 21st, 2014, the date the city issued the original violation notice. Mr. Kindle did not reply to 3 requests. Ms. Quigley replied with a link to Louisiana RS 9 5625, which is the state law governing prescription periods in zoning and building regulation matters. I wrote back to her pointing out that 5625 states that the prescription period begins on the date the violation was first committed. In our case, as was discussed and agreed to at the January 11th meeting, the period runs for 5 years because the house was not in an historic district when the driveway was put in. According to the law, the prescription period can be interrupted and reset in East Baton Rouge and Jefferson parishes under certain circumstances, but it specifically excludes New Orleans and Orleans Parish from those provisions. The law also states that after the prescription period has accrued, a property gains legal nonconforming status in all cases, and that this law supersedes any other law or regulation inconsistent with it. Therefore, 1435 Joseph Street is now nonconforming and has been since October 21st, 2019, long before this matter was brought before the board in late 2020. I again asked Ms. Quigley to direct me to the law that she was referencing when she and Mr. Kindle gave their opinions in the January meeting. She did not reply. I have been persistent in asking for this information because of the belief that a person has the right to know what law or regulation is being used to determine the fate of their property. Because 5625 specifically excludes New Orleans from the provisions allowing other parishes to interrupt and reset a prescription period, it may be that this was once an allowable practice here too. It is understandable that Mr. Kindle might have been under the impression that the old rules still applied when he said that our prescription period's starting date had been reset. When asked for her legal opinion, Ms. Quigley may have had the same impression. Unless there is another law that supersedes 5625, I ask that the board recognize the non-conforming status of the driveway at 1435 Joseph, and that the outstanding violations be withdrawn as they were issued by mistake. Thank you.
The board
Thank you. Are
can
there
ask
any questions from board members?
Just a quick note, Chairwoman, just based on some of the new facts, I have to recuse myself. I'm just gonna have to recuse myself. Bow Brothers is the parent company of who I work for, so just giving a justification.
Okay. Any other questions from board members? I mean, I have some questions, but I'll reserve it until after we have public comment. Seeing none, we can go to the next item. Valerie, you're on mute.
Oh, thank you. Again, items number 2 and 3 were withdrawn. We will begin with new business for variances. The next item is item number 4, BZA docket 02821 for a property located at 1609 Brown Street. Zella May is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Joanna?
BZA 02821 is a request for a variance from the provisions of Article 22, Section 22(4)A, Table 22-1 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit the construction of a mixed-use development with insufficient off-street parking. The subject site is located in an HUMU Historic Urban Mixed-Use District in the Central City neighborhood at the municipal address 1609 Baron Street. The subject lot, Lot 3, is an interior lot measuring approximately 31 feet in width, 127 feet in depth, and 4,088 square feet in area. The proposed development is for a 3-unit mixed-use townhouse development consisting of a first-floor commercial suite, 2 commercial short-term rentals, and a 3-bedroom dwelling unit. The development will provide 8,387 square feet in total. The applicant is seeking a variance to permit mixed-use development that does not provide required off-street parking for the residential component. For the purposes of their analysis, staff have considered the parking configuration of residential structures in the surrounding area, including single-family, 2-family, and multifamily dwellings for their analysis. Staff's analysis found that the lot width of the subject lot is not abnormal for the area reviewed. 68% of the lots reviewed have a lot width that match the subject lot or have a lesser lot width. Regarding parking, staff found that 66% of residential properties in the surrounding area do not provide off-street parking. Of the residential lots that are larger than 30 feet and thus subject to off-street parking requirements, 50% provide off-street parking and 50% do not provide off-street parking. Therefore, staff finds the applicant fails to meet 4 of the approval standards in that there are no special circumstances peculiar to the land. The special circumstance was caused by the applicant. Enforcing the property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner.
The applicant now has 5 minutes to present.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Basically, we had a meeting back in October with Stephen and Nick Kendall to discuss this before we planned the project. And we came, I believe, anyone can correct me if I'm wrong, we came to the conclusion that it was either a choice of a garage door or retail space. And that we thought it would be best to do the retail space. And by doing that, if we are asked to do a garage, you're losing that one space anyway. So it's a zero effect if we don't have the commercial, if we don't get this variance for the commercial space, we need to then put in a driveway, which is going to take away that street parking anyway. It's going to conflict with the pedestrians coming in and out of the retail. We'll have to reduce the retail space. And the design, the developer in the past has designed not so great looking properties, although he had the right to do that. I encouraged him to hire one of the best architects in the city to really do a nice design. We sent out, we did the NPP. We only got 2 comments. The immediate neighbor next door, we sat down and met with them for an hour and a half. They loved the design. They were all on board. After I got the staff report Friday afternoon, I called them to make sure that they were still on board, and they said absolutely, that they really didn't want to see it change. So I'm asking you to waiver this one. It's just one parking space. If not, we're going to lose that parking space anyway when we put a driveway through. And we're in, we didn't design it with the maximum amount of units allowed. So I don't see that it's that asking so much to ask for this one variance for one parking space. I think that's all I really had to say.
Thank you. Are there any questions from board members? Seeing none, we can go to the next item.
Okay, the next item is item number 5.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I did have a question.
Oh,
That
I'm
was just
sorry.
for my mute
Go ahead.
button. That's okay. Just want to just clarify, the parking space requirement is for the residential unit and not for the commercial or the commercial short-term rentals. The commercial short-term rentals don't have a off-space parking requirement, but a residential unit in this zoning district, the mixed use, historic mixed use, has an off-street parking requirement.
That's correct.
That's correct. Okay. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from board members?
Just a quick one. This is this is right next door to the other property that we're about to hear.
That's correct.
Correct. Okay. I could ask the question on the next one, but I mean, was there any consideration about dealing with the parking with the two properties together in some way? Taking advantage. I mean, they seem to be identical buildings on two sites side by side, but you could potentially create some sort of shared driveway or do something that was that discussed or considered.
It was never discussed. It was never an option. I don't know how you would do that because some type of servitude or whatever, because in the future, if these properties were ever sold as individual units, whatever, I think that would be a conflict. But it's never been thought of. I mean, no one even brought that up before.
So I'm gonna disagree with you on that one, Ms. May.
Okay,
Ms.
sure.
May, what we've done in the past, whenever we've had that type of development occurring when there's two lots, you could easily still have a driving servitude that could have been shared between the two properties and a compliant parking stall provided within an allowable area. So they could have been, there's a way, especially when we're dealing with ground up development with this type of project. And I could probably point you to a couple projects around town that have similar conditions, that even if the properties were sold separately, you still could have that servitude with the shared driveway that would actually provide for a better sense of the commercial use on the ground floor and actually provides for a better design, in my opinion.
Thank you. This is the first time we've heard of this. This was never brought up before. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the setbacks that you need to have on the sides of the property and the fact that they're side by side and you've got such deep lots, there may be a way to work something in between the two buildings and something in the rear. So just pointing that out.
And I was actually going to ask if we could have heard the two items together. It may have been easier to kind of think through this, hearing the two items, consolidating the two items, since it seems as though they're the same issue. I don't know, staff, if it's appropriate to do that at this point, since we've already started the discussion.
Why don't we why don't we discuss that when we come back from public comment? When these items come up, then we can consolidate them if we want. Just since you put it on the record, people can comment on it in the public comment period if they want, and that way we can take it up after.
Okay, that makes sense. Thanks, Missy. Any other questions from board members?
And just a suggestion to Ms. May, just on the next one, I think if you just want to just maybe keep the intro brief, understanding that we're looking at consolidating the two, that'll help streamline the comment process, because we can make that motion in the second half of the meeting to consolidate.
Thanks. If there are no other questions, we can go to the next item.
Okay, the next item is item number 5, BZA docket 02921 for the property located at 1613 Barone Street. Zella May is signed up to speak on behalf of this application as well. Joanna?
Next item is BZA docket 02921 for a property located at 1613 Brown Street. This request is for a variance from the provisions of Article 22, Section 22(4)A to permit the construction of a mixed-use development with insufficient off-street parking. The comprehensive zoning ordinance requires a minimum of one on-site parking space per residential unit. The applicant is proposing to develop a 3-story mixed-use structure with 1 commercial suite, 2 commercial short-term rental units, and 1 long-term rental unit. The proposed development has 2 buildings, the front of which contains the commercial space and STR units, while the back contains the long-term rental. The applicant has identified an off-site parking location for the required parking for the other uses. However, the CZO requires that parking for residential uses be provided on-site, thus necessitating this waiver. The staff believes that the requested waiver of Article 22, Section 22(4)A for off-street vehicle parking to allow a waiver of the parking requirements fails to meet 4 of the 9 standards for variances for Article 4, Section 46F of the CZO, in that there are no special circumstances peculiar to the land. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. Property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variance.
Okay, the applicant now has 5 minutes to present.
Okay, I just got a text from the architect and she said that she's on the meeting and is muted out. Could she speak or no?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Missy, but I think our rules dictate that there's 1 person that's designated to speak in this initial portion, and that the any other speakers would speak during the public comment portion. Is that correct?
Sorry, I was muted. Let me just make sure of that. Yes, only 1 representative may speak on behalf of a request for the first part, and then we can have them in the second part.
Okay. So when we get to the second half of the meeting, Ms. May, we can have the architect available.
Okay, that's fine. I really don't have much more to say except, what I said for the first time, and that it's, less inviting pedestrians if you put a driveway. It's a conflict between the pedestrians and the vehicles. You're going to lose a street space if you're putting a garage in with a driveway anyway. So it's a 0 effect in my opinion, but that's all I had to say.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments from board members?
Just a quick note, Ms. May. Also, if you want to just maybe I know that the architect can provide some comment in the public comment segment, but if you just want to confer with them while we're going through the remainder of the agenda to maybe consolidate some points that y'all could talk together on.
Okay.
And we may be able to speak to that later in the meeting, just to kind of help streamline the conversation going forward.
That's what I was going to suggest as well, especially on the point that Commissioners Diaz and James brought up are related to the parking scenario. If there's a way, I mean, I know it's a short window and the architect may not be able to provide all the details, but at least to have that initial conversation about the possibility of doing the shared drive.
Sounds good.
Any other questions or comments from board members?
Just one last quick note, Ms. May, because I know you also provided a comment about the parking garage. I understand what you're talking about from the garage standpoint, but what we're talking about still actually promotes the level of visibility for commercial use on that first floor in the front of the property. So just something to put into consideration when you're discussing this further with the applicant and the architect.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we can go to the next item.
The next item is item number 6, BZA docket 03021, for a property located at 4945 Desire Drive. Harry Bruns is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Sabine?
Hi, this is a request for a variance from the provisions of Article 13, Section 13.3.A.1 of the CZO to permit the construction of a single-family residence with insufficient rear yard setback. The required rear yard setback is 19 feet and 5 inches, The applicant is proposing 18 feet and 1 inch, with necessitating a waiver of 1 foot and 4 inches. The requested variance fails to meet 4 of the 9 criteria of the CZO, in that there are no special circumstances which are peculiar to the land. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The property regulation will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the request.
The applicant now has 5 minutes to present.
Thank you. This item and the next two are very similar in terms of irregular rear yards. These are properties that were assigned to us by the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority. We're Habitat for Humanity, and these lots are part of the program that Nora assigned to us. They were blighted lots that we're bringing back into service as affordable housing. There are a number of lots in the neighborhood that have similar non-conforming uses. We are serving the public welfare, we think, by providing affordable housing and eliminating blight. We certainly don't get any monetary benefit from this exception and this variance, because we are a nonprofit. And in terms of the hardship, because we're not a private developer and are a nonprofit, our limitation is that we have a very limited number of floor plans that we can afford. We use a significant amount of volunteer labor to keep the cost of our homes down for our partner families. So the hardship would be, because we are a nonprofit, we simply can't afford to modify or get additional house plans because of the cost that our partner families can't afford to pay. And at the same time, because we have volunteer labor, we really do try to stick to a formula that they can construct. So without this variance, these 3 variances, we simply would not be able to build these properties as affordable housing for our partner families. So that's the basis for the variance on this and the next 2 items. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members?
All right, so Chairwoman, so Mr. Bruins, I don't want to sound like I'm insensitive to the premise of what you guys are doing, because I appreciate what you all provide within the community. I guess I just have a question more along the lines of, I'm not understanding how Bell couldn't revise the one plan sheet just to show the setback in accordance, because it appears that, literally, this is a change in dimension on the back bedroom or another intermediary space that could have been modified to fit within accordance. And I know a little bit of this is actually being driven by the angle of the back property line. And I'm just wondering if that may have been what was really the trigger of when the plan was done, as opposed to a lock plan.
No, that wasn't a trigger of why the plan was done that way. It simply is a locked plan.
It is a locked plan.
Yeah.
Okay.
What does that mean?
I was just about to ask, what does it mean?
So here's my
We're not
version.
architects.
When I hear a locked plan, this is what I hear. And you guys have heard me say this before on other projects. It's spec. So it's simply a spec house, a standard plan, regurgitated, reprinted, different lot every time. So, but it's still, here's the thing, it's still the fiduciary responsibility of the architect and whomever else is doing this to still confer if it comes in compliance with zoning. I'm sure you have some level of contractual relationship there that helps to clarify this with your architect. That every time that they do this, it should check against if it's in accordance with the plan. and not you guys coming in with the burden of having to get this waived to, basically leverage the nonprofit status as opposed to the professional correcting a plan in accordance with the zoning.
So when you say a lot plan, it means it's kind of standard where you can't make any adjustments to it.
Copy paste, copy paste, copy paste standard.
Yeah, if I may, the plans were done on a volunteer basis. So I certainly understand your logic, obviously, but as I said, these lots were assigned to us by Nora.
Right.
These are lots that they want us to put in terms of affordable housing. They were blighted, and we really couldn't control what lots they gave us, and so we're sort of at their mercy. We're also at the mercy of a volunteer architect, and any resources we spend on revising individual house plans, that's money that we would have to pass on to a homeowner that probably can't afford it.
And likewise, we're constrained by our rules. And unfortunately, the financial piece is not something that we can consider. And so that's what is the struggle of trying to figure out how to fit this in with the way that our rules dictate that the way that the law actually dictates that we review these requests.
And I know that in the past, we've worked with organizations that's done stuff like this. And here's the thing, I'm not sitting up here trying to shut down the application from just my viewpoint of a vote. I just hate that when we get put in this situation that we have to then circumvent the rules because of this type of structure, especially even in a volunteer basis. They still have a responsibility with the stamp, right? So I'm just trying to be as sensitive to the cause, but still appreciative of the rules that we have in place that we follow by, which is to Chairwoman Forrest's point.
Yep, agreed. And that's kind of my same thought process as well. I'm just trying to figure out where the fix lies. Does it lie with the plan? Does it lie? I mean, I'm not sure how this can be satisfied. Because to your point, Commissioner James, is this a matter of reconfiguring one of the rooms?
I mean, look, the problem is the room allocation, how they have it set up. It's a minimum square footage. I mean, they have actually, I'm looking at the plan right now and it actually doesn't match up, Mr. Broom. So for instance, there's a reference of a 10-foot one exterior wall to exterior wall on the master bedroom, but in the plan it says 13.9 by 12. So what is the true dimension on it? It's showing dimensional, but I know text could be overwritten because on a different side of the plan, it does show 12 feet. So again, could the master bedroom be reduced in square footage and corrected accordingly? So it's really, I'm sorry. All right, 10 foot is to the window, 12'3" is the outboard on the master. So there's so many different ways that I could look at this quickly and say, well, this could be adjusted in the plan here to conform.
Are there any other questions or comments from board members? Are you still discussing, Commissioner James? I'm sorry.
No, I mean, I'll move to questioning when we get past public comment. We always have further discussion anyway.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, we can go to the next item.
BZA 3121 is a request for a variance from the provisions of Article 13, Section 13.3.8.1, Table 13.2, to permit the construction of a single-family residence with insufficient rear yard setback for a property located at 4952 Desire Drive. The applicant is required to provide a 20-foot rear yard setback, but would only provide a 16-foot 9.5-inch setback necessitating a waiver of 2 feet 2.5 inches. The staff recommends denial as the requested variance fails to meet 4 of the 9 criteria of the standards for variances, in that there are no special circumstances which are peculiar to the land. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. Therefore, the staff recommends denial.
Mr. Bruns, you have 5 minutes.
Same issue on this house as well. The waiver in this case is 2 feet 6 inches. Even if we can revise the plan, that the size of the bedroom that would result in would be very difficult, I think, for our partner families to live with. But no need to cover the ground again. Same request.
Are there any questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, we can-
I'm gonna just reflect my same comments from the previous one, and we could talk about it later.
Okay. We can go to the next item.
Okay, the next item is item number 8, BZA docket 03221 for a property located at 4551 Montague Drive. Based on this report, the staff believes that the requested variances of Article 13, Section 13.3A1, Table 13.2 fails to meet 6 of the 9 criteria for the standards of variance of Article 4, Section 4.6.f of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, and that literal interpretation of the ordinance will not deprive the applicant of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties in the district. The special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant special privileges. Granting the variance will alter the essential character of the locality. The property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. Mr. Bruns, you have 5 minutes to present.
This is same as the prior 2 items. Difference here is the variance to cure the irregularity in the back lot line is 3 feet 5 inches, which again exacerbates our ability to produce anything that our partner families would live in. In terms of changing the character of the neighborhood, there are a number of lots, a number of homes that appear to have non-conforming back lots. And in terms of the previous character of the neighborhood, these 3 were blighted properties, which are being returned in terms of the ability for people to live there. That's really conclusion of my comments. No need to go over the rest of it.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members?
Just one last note, and this is me now going back and just really remembering all 3, and I think we'll almost have another one similar to it later in the agenda. Is there any, I would just put it out there for you to maybe review and consider what we've done in the past, at least in some cases, not all the time, whenever we have this type of condition exists, the concept of maybe putting a deed restriction in terms of where, because in each one of these 3 cases, you're encroaching to the rear yard, but you do have a substantial side yard on all 3 properties, right? So if we were able to lock the plan in one dimension by some form of deed restriction, that would restrict its further growth down the road, considering that it does encroach into the rear yards. So it's just one concept to think about that I know we've done it previously, and that may help to, I don't want to say horse trade, but at least provide some level of offset for encroachment into the required yard areas.
Absolutely something we would, if there's a way we can make this fit the requirements of the code, certainly we are very eager to do that. The concept of the deed restriction would simply be no future owner or the existing owner can expand beyond the current use.
It would just be into the side yard where you're already providing the compliant parking in side yard area. So you're actually creating a better condition for the property where we're providing more open space and offsetting where that open space occurs with the encroachment into the rear yard. So it's just one concept that I've seen us do in the past, very, very similar to what you heard us speak earlier about the two adjoining properties and a common drive, just ways to try to work within the limits of what we have, because you do have an irregular lot condition with all three.
Right. Absolutely.
All right.
Any other
I'm-
comments or questions from board members? Seeing none, we can go to the next item.
The next item is item number 9, BZA docket 03321 for the property located at 4910 Laurel Street. Antonio Sachs and Tony Sachs will speak on behalf of this application, and following the staff presentation, you'll have 5 minutes to present. Robin?
BZA 3321 is a request for a variance from the provisions of Article 11, Section 113A1, Table 112A of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit an addition to an existing single-family residence resulting in insufficient rear yard setback. The subject property located at 4910 Laurel Street is a rectangular interior lot in the Lower Garden District where it features 60 feet of frontage along Laurel Street, a depth of 123 feet, and approximately 7,380 square feet of lot area. It's zoned HURD2, two-family residential district, and is developed, as I said, with a single-family dwelling and an in-ground swimming pool and cabana. The applicant proposes construction of an addition to the rear of the single-family dwelling that would ultimately be 3 feet from the subject property's rear lot line. The applicant cites the increasing size of his family as having given rise to the need for more living space. In the HURD2 zoning district, the minimum rear yard setback is 15 feet. The predominant historic development pattern is typical of pre-World War II neighborhoods, and it's fairly dense with minimal distance between the dwellings along the side property lines. However, a survey of 148 lots located near the subject property that are likewise zoned HURD2 and also contain residential uses revealed that the vast majority, 86% of those lots, are developed such that their rear yard setbacks meet or exceed the 15-foot minimum requirement. The subject property once featured a developable area along the side of the dwelling where an addition could have been built in complete compliance with all the applicable setback requirements. However, that area was used to build the swimming pool and cabana in 2014. The space requirements of a growing family do give rise to practical difficulties that are best and most practically ameliorated by expanding the amount of habitable space within the dwelling, but the lot cannot accommodate the proposed addition without a rear setback waiver. This condition is the direct result of the applicant's actions back in 2014. And while it is undoubtedly an inconvenience, it cannot be said to rise to the level of a true hardship. The staff finds that the requested variance fails to meet 3 of the 9 criteria for approval as put forth in the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance at Article 4, Section 46F, in that the condition for which the variance is sought was created by the applicant. The request is based exclusively on the desire to serve the applicant's convenience, and that adherence to the property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship. Accordingly, the staff recommends denial of BZA docket 03321.
The applicant now has 5 minutes to present.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good morning, board members. I just want to thank y'all for the job that you do to preserve our city's architectural history. As stated in the impact report, I've met 6 out of the 9 criteria. The first states a true fact that the only space available to develop is to add on to the rear of the building. The answer to the second criteria also states a true fact that truly would deprive me of the much needed space for my growing family. The answer to the third interrogatory provided by the city planner is inaccurate. It also reminds me of something my mom used to say to me when something I planned did not turn out the way I expected. She would say, "Son, do you know how to make God laugh?" "How, Mom?" "Tell him your plans." I did not install the pool in 2014. I actually installed it in 2013 for my now teenage daughters, Sivan and Lael. They were 7 and 6 at the time. 3 years before I met my current fiance and 4 years before we decided to have our Porter, our first child, together. The cabana was actually built in 2014. I initially built the cabana with the idea of using it for parties and renting it out for short-term rentals, and with the longer goal of turning the whole property into investment property. Soon after the cabana was built, my mom decided to return to New Orleans from Durango after being displaced by Hurricane Katrina for 9 years. I initially put her up in investment property I own at 831 Bordeaux, which was eventually approved by this council to be converted into my vet clinic. The space didn't have a kitchen, and I was thinking that it would serve her as a landing pad to be able to find her new apartment. After her arrival, I noticed that my mom was not well mentally. I talked with my sister, and she stated as much and also admitted that it had been going on for years, and that is why she could no longer take care of her in Durango. So I put off my plans of making it an investment property and moved my mom into the cabana so I could help her with her needs. She stayed with me for almost 2 years. During this time, I met the love of my life and future wife, Ellen Diamond. My mom made mistakes like flooding the cabana and telling me she was going to finally teach herself how to swim. So I sought out a neurologist for her. An MRI was done, and the diagnosis came back as frontal lobe ischemia or dementia, which symptoms include poor planning and decision making. Sooner after I diagnosis, I set her up at the Atrium Assisted Living in Kenner. For almost a year after my mom left home, I rented the property as an Airbnb. After the managing in a cabana as short-term rental, my girlfriend and I decided to move in together. We decided that it would be in the best interest of our children to stop the short-term rental. Thankfully, the progression of their dementia has been slow, and she's still able to have a relationship with her grandchildren. I do not rent the property for the short-term rental because of the uncertainty of having strangers on the property with so many young children. Eventually, when my kids get older, I would like to have my mom back into the cabana where she could live out the rest of her life and I could take care of her needs. Number 4 is straightforward. In fact, the property behind me, the investment has an investment residential unit similar to my cabana that rears up within the 5 feet of the boundaries. I also feel that number 5 also feel is the most important criteria that should be met because it relates to the architectural integrity of neighborhood. I spent extra money in planning this and going through the variance with my architect in order to be able to preserve the views from both streets. Number 6, I would have to respectfully disagree with the answer provided by the city planner. The fact that the city planner combined my desire to relieve my hardship of a growing family of 9 by requesting a variance, and the fact that I built a pool 8 years prior for my daughters from a previous relationship prescribes the ability to foresee that I would have had 6 more people living inside my 3-bedroom house now. At the time I built the pool, I was going through a tumultuous separation. I built the pool and never thought I would ever have kids again. I was not until 2016 that I met the love of my life, and a year after that we decided to have a child. That means I would have had to have the ability to see 4 years into the future and known that I would be having 3 kids over 3 years and 2 kids from her previous relationship living with my 2 daughters and I. That's 9 people in a 3-bedroom house. And at the same time, to know the argument of convenience as it relates to my hardship at this time. In summary, besides combining our 4 children from previous relationships in 2017, my fiance and I have had 3 more children in 2018, 19, and 20. All 3 of these children born by us are currently sharing my bedroom with my wife and I. It's crazy. It feels like Willy Wonka in the chocolate factory in my room. If this board passes this variance, it would really feel like my wife and I had gotten the golden ticket in the movie because it would truly relieve the hardship that we are enduring. Number 7, I would like to address answer by answer. first off, question itself as it relates to convenience. In this situation, the word convenience could be considered relative, as raising 7 kids would be hard to argue as a convenience.
That's
But
the end of your time.
that's the end of my time.
Yeah.
I just have like one paragraph left. But I only have one paragraph left, like literally. Can I finish it, please?
Let's just maybe let's try this out, because we have to come back to your agenda item later. We could probably provide you more time at that point once we get into the Q&A.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna suggest.
Okay.
And the only other point I'm gonna bring up, Mr. Sachs, is that one thing you brought up got a little bit more into our reasonable accommodations justification for your request, which is totally different from our traditional BZA waivers when you speak into the health condition of your mother. So just something that I wanted to at least bring up for clarity, and hopefully we can address a little bit later on. But just want to put that out there for now.
Okay.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, we can go to the next item.
Yes, the next item is item number 10, BZA docket 034.
I'm sorry. Well, is this meeting over, or will I be able to speak
No,
more?
so the way that the meeting works, when we explain the rules in the beginning, the first portion is where the items are presented. Then there'll be public comment. There'll be a recess for 30 minutes after all of the items are presented. Then when we come back from recess, there's a public comment portion where any public comments on each item are read into the record. Then after that, we discuss the items one by one. So after we've had the recess and the public comment, then we'll hear the second half of the items.
Okay, and will I be able to finish up the last part of my?
Based on how when we get to that point, it's a matter of whether or not there's additional questions. But I'm sure that through the back and forth questions from board members, you'll probably get to the remainder of your comments.
Okay, all right, thank you, board.
We can go ahead with the next item.
Yes, the next item is item number 10, BZA docket 03421, for a property located at 4433 Turo Street. Aaron Thomas is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. And again, following the staff presentation, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Joseph?
Morning. The next item is BZA 3421 for the property located at 4433 Turo Street. The request is for variances from the provisions of Article 13, Section 13.3.8.1, Table 13-2 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit an addition to an existing single-family residence resulting in insufficient rear yard setback. In accordance with Section 13.3.8.1, the rear yard is established as 20% of the lot depth or 20 feet, whichever is less. In this case, 20% of the 87.46 foot lot depth is 17.492 feet, and thus being less than 20 feet establishes the minimum rear yard setback. The proposed addition to the proposal would yield a rear yard setback of 10 feet, which is an insufficient amount by 7.492 feet. This is non-compliant, and the applicant is thus requesting a waiver of the standards as listed in Section 13.3.8.1. Based on this report, the staff believes that the requested variances of Article 13, Section 13.3.8.1, Table 13-2, fails to meet 4 of the 9 criteria of the standards for variance of Article 4, Section 4.6.f of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, in that the special circumstances were caused by the applicant. The variance will confer on the applicant special privileges. Property regulations will not result in a demonstrable hardship, and the change is exclusively for the convenience and profit of the owner. Therefore, the staff recommends denial of the requested variance.
The applicant now has 5 minutes to present.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank the board for allowing me to speak in support of my variance request. I've lived in Gentilly all of my life. I've been a Gentilly homeowner for the past 15 years. I'm currently a single mother with 2 sons, ages 9 and 12, who currently share a 10 by 10 bedroom. My modest 850 square foot home is small compared to the new houses being built in my neighborhood. The newly constructed houses in my neighborhood have starting prices around $300,000 range, which is totally outpriced for a single mother of two. Currently, I'm seeking to reduce my rear setback for the purposes of adding an extra bedroom and bathroom to my home. Approval of my variance request will not impair adequate light to adjacent properties, nor will it increase congestion to the public streets. Approval of my variance will allow me to extend my current home to the rear of my property, providing adequate space for my proposed addition. Building directly behind my home following the original building lines is the most efficient and cost-efficient option for me. Other addition designs will prove to be a hardship due to the fact that constructing up or over would increase building costs considerably. This change, if approved, will in no way infringe on or obstruct any of my neighbor's property or parking. In addition, the variance approval will not affect fire, police, sewage and water board, or any other city services should they need to use the front, side, or rear access to my house or my neighbor's property. My variance request is not for personal convenience, nor for profit. I'm seeking to provide my growing family with adequate living space. Thank you, everyone, for allowing me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members?
Just a quick question, and this almost kind of lines up a little bit. This is the other project I was referring to earlier, just kind of looking through the agenda beforehand. This is another project where we look at the off-street parking is provided in the side, and the side yard, I think, exceeds, Joseph, does this exceed the side yard requirements? The existing footprint?
Let me check.
All right, if you could just look at that. I'm just wondering if, again, this is another deal where if the encroachment to the rear yard is being proposed due to limited, addition or just a limited encroachment, can that now be the shift in terms of, the applicant preserving where the driveway is held? In that way, if we put a deed restriction at the limits of where the footprint would fall, does this help to move this one forward?
And if it may take you a minute, Joseph, if you want to take a look at it during the break, we can always have that discussion when we come back from the recess.
Yeah, and we're gonna have the same Q&A later on, so just something to consider. And I guess that would just be a question to the applicant. Would you consider that? That would basically prevent you from adding onto the house going towards the driveway, but you still preserve the rights of, I think you mentioned somewhere in the report, Joseph, being able to go vertical as opposed to into the rear yard. That at least allows for that to happen in the future in terms of future development rights, but it just prevents further encroachment into the required yard areas.
Yeah, just for the benefit of this question, it's 10% of the lot width or 3 feet. So as I'm seeing from, I believe both their interior yards
exceed.
Yeah, they have 9 feet on one side, 17 feet and change on the other. So.
Okay.
Just to note, one interior side yard does have, as you already noted, the parking. So that is a consideration we would obviously want to acknowledge.
Okay. Thanks, Joseph. So just a question to Ms. Thomas, is that something that you would consider as an option so to advance this?
So that's actually the inside of my gate. That's my my driveway, and I actually park there for security purposes because of the break-ins usually. So I usually have my vehicle there nightly.
Okay. All right, no further questions, Chairwoman.
Thank you, everyone.
Any other questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, we can go to the next item.
The next item is item number 11, BZA docket 03521 for a property located at 11 Swallow Street. Amy Barrios is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Following this staff presentation, you'll have 5 minutes. Aspen.
This request is for variances from the provisions of Article 21, Section 21.6 EE1 and Article 21, Section 21.7, Table 12-2 of the CZO to permit the construction of a swimming pool in the corner side yard. The staff believes the request does satisfy the 9 criteria as they pertain to the requested variance. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the requested variance subject to 1 proviso. Oh, and sorry, that's, I think there's more than, let's see, there's,
Yeah, I think
there's
it's 3
on this. Yeah, sorry.
The applicant has 5 minutes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Amy Barrios, and I live at 11 Swallow Street with my husband, Antonio, and our sons, Maximo, age 11, and Leonardo, age 8. Thank you for your time today. We appreciate the opportunity to appear before the board to discuss our application. We moved into our home in Lake Vista in March of last year. We were drawn to this area because of the beautiful tree-lined streets and parks. Additionally, it has always been a dream of our family to have a pool, and we were happy to finally have enough room to build a pool. When we met with the pool company in August of 2020 to start this process, we were very intentional to design a pool that would not impact the 100-year-old live oak tree in our yard. Our main objective was to not compromise the tree's critical root zone. So we chose a part of our yard far enough away from the tree that faces the street, assuming there wouldn't be any problems because pools are allowed on the street side in Lake Vista. In Lake Vista, you have what's typically called the street side or rear yard and the lane side. On our street alone, there are currently 8 pools on the street side in the same location and orientation as the spot where we want to build. In fact, there is a pool directly across the street from where we want to put our pool. As new residents of Lake Vista, we were naive to the fact that the location we'd selected was actually considered our corner side yard, despite the fact that it faces our neighbors' rear yards. This is because our home sits on an irregular triangle-shaped lot at the corner of Swallow and Warbler. We have 3 doors to our home. One is the front door that faces the lane, but the main door that we use faces Swallow. It's our back door, which is another reason why we considered that yard part of our rear yard, since it faces the street and not the lane. To that end, we are requesting 2 variances, which would allow us to build the pool in our corner side yard and with a 4-foot setback, as is the common setback up and down our street. If the variance is granted, we will still have more than 50% green space, including a stately live oak. In fact, even along our corner side yard, which runs 197 feet, we will still have 141 feet unaffected. The section deemed our corner side yard is so long that we aren't asking to put the pool in the corner area near Warbler. We are wanting to put it along Swallow in a spot that is actually 4 houses from the corner. So to reiterate, there are 4 houses across the street from the spot we want to put our pool to the corner at Warbler. As I mentioned, we moved into this home in March of last year, 5 days before quarantine began. So we really did not get the opportunity to meet our neighbors like we wanted to. However, we are pleased that through the variance process, we were able to meet just about every one of our neighbors on Swallow and on Warbler Streets as we went door to door with masks on to collect signatures of support. No matter how the vote goes today, we are happy to have met so many wonderful neighbors. And we are equally happy to say that more than 80 of them signed our petition in support of us getting these variances. We really appreciate your time today and ask that you please vote in accordance with Planner Nero's recommendation to approve our variances. We are not asking for special treatment. We are asking to not be denied a right that is frequently and consistently given to our neighbors. Yes, our pool could be built in our rear yard. There is more than enough room, but there is also a 100-year-old live oak tree there, a beautiful tree that we do not want to disturb. And putting the pool where it is legally allowed would absolutely kill the tree. However, putting the pool in our corner side yard, which resembles and faces everyone else's rear yards where pools are legally located in Lake Vista, will easily mimic the look and feel of the rest of the neighborhood. So we respectfully ask that you please grant our variances and allow our family to build our pool on the street side where everyone else on our street has the right to build. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members?
Just a quick question, Ms. Barrios. Do you have any objection to the staff's report?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we can go to the next item.
Next item is item number 12, BZA docket 03621 for a property located at 3201 through 3205 Charter Street. Jessica Breckerarch is signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Following the staff presentation, you will have 5 minutes to present. Rachel.
The next item is BZA docket 3621 for a property located at 3201 through 3205 Charter Street. This is a request for a variance from the provisions of Article 9, Section 9.3.a, Table 9-2, the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance to permit an addition to an existing single-family residence resulting in an insufficient rear yard setback. Article 9, Section 9.3.a, Table 9.2 requires a minimum rear yard setback of 20 feet. The applicant is providing an 18-foot rear yard setback and is seeking a waiver of 2 feet. The staff believes the request does satisfy the 9 criteria as they pertain to the requested variance. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of the requested variance subject to 3 provisos.
The applicant now has 5 minutes to present.
Hi, I'm Jessica Becker. I am the architect for this project, and I'm representing Megan Lewis of RPM Casting, who is the owner of the property. My client would like to add a small addition to her home that is affordable and in keeping with the scale and proportions of the neighborhood and of the historic cottage that it will be added onto. We took a look at the rest of the houses on the block, and it seemed like asking for an additional 2 feet to the rear yard was not out of the question. There were other properties who also took up a little bit more of the required 20-foot rear yard. And the person next door has an 18-foot rear yard, and we figured if we could sort of match where they were, that wouldn't be too much of a burden on the neighborhood or too much to ask for. So hopefully the board will agree with the staff report and approve this variance request. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, we can go to the next item.
Okay. Item number 13 has been automatically deferred to the May 17th, 2021 meeting. We will now begin with new business for the Director of Safety and Permits appeal. The next item is item number 14. This is an appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the determination that Ghost Kitchen is classified as a carryout restaurant rather than a catering kitchen. We have Miles Granderson signed up to speak on behalf of the property owner and the applicant. Following the Safety and Permits presentation, the applicant and property owner's representative, well, the applicant will have 5 minutes to present. Safety and Permits.
Good morning, board. My name is Ashley Becknell. I'm the Chief Zoning Official for the City of New Orleans. I'm here to present our summary report for BZA 037-21, which pertains to our decision classifying Ghost Kitchens as a carryout restaurant under the CZO. The appellant has alleged an error in our determination in this instance. So we have prepared a statement of our determination to further explain our reasoning. Appellant reached out to the Department of Safety and Permits regarding how DSP would characterize a ghost kitchen use under the CZO, since the CZO does not expressly recognize ghost kitchens as a use. After some discussion, the appellant submitted the following zoning interpretation request. This is an official request for zoning interpretation on the following question. Please confirm by interpretation that a ghost or commissary kitchen is considered a catering kitchen under the comprehensive zoning ordinance of the City of New Orleans, where food and beverages are stored and prepared for single or multiple serving consumption off-site, where there may be one or more individual entities, and where the food and beverages are not served to customers on site, but rather provided to delivery persons to deliver said food and beverage to customers who are off site and who are not allowed to be physically present on site to order, receive, or consume the food or beverage. The department responded that ghost kitchens are properly categorized as carryout restaurants under the CZO. There are several reasons for our determination. First, the plain text of the definition of catering kitchen prevents this type of use. Catering kitchens do not allow the on-site sale of individual meals or individual beverages, CZO 26.3. While the exchange of currency for the meals may occur virtually, the ghost kitchen is still preparing for sale individual meals and/or individual beverages. These individual meals and beverages are not delivered wholesale to a second site, but rather picked up individually or in small group orders to be delivered separately to individual customers. This type of transaction substantially consists of an on-site sale despite the cloud technology involved. Second, the impact of these uses are far more consistent with carryout restaurants than with catering kitchens. Carryout restaurants are defined in CZO 26.3. Restaurant, carryout. An establishment maintained, operated, or advertised or held out to the public as a place where food, beverage, or desserts are served in disposable containers or wrappers from a serving counter for consumption off the premises. Carryout restaurants may not offer alcoholic beverages for sale. Because individual drivers are accessing the ghost kitchen to retrieve individual orders, the traffic created is much more akin to a carryout restaurant, where individual customers retrieve individual orders, than it is to a catering kitchen, where large-scale orders are generally delivered to one singular location. Appellant argues that the requirement that meals be served from a serving counter means that ghost kitchen could not be a carryout restaurant, but concedes that these kitchens have a spot or spots for the pickup of food by delivery persons. The department believes that such spot or spots are serving counters. Carryout restaurants and other restaurants frequently offer designated areas for carryout orders to be picked up and taken off premise for consumption. Whether a delivery person or the person intending to consume the food is doing the pickup is irrelevant to the impact caused by the use. In either case, a person is arriving at the premises to retrieve an individual meal or small order of individual meals to be taken off-site for consumption. Whether the transaction occurs by app or to cash register does not change the number of people arriving to pick up orders, the parking and other requirements for the use to operate, or the impact on the neighboring properties. Additionally, carryout restaurants and catering kitchens have different parking requirements as a result of these disparate impacts. Catering kitchens require only one space per 1,000 square feet, while carryout restaurants require one space per 500 square feet. This further demonstrates that catering kitchens are intended to be prep kitchens where there is not the traffic and need for parking that would be generated by a ghost kitchen selling individual meals and requiring frequent access by delivery drivers. The department appreciates that these uses are new and that other cities under other zoning ordinances may classify them differently. The department is tasked with interpreting our CZO, not that of Boston or Philadelphia. The department also understands the arguments pressed by appellant regarding the standards that we must use when applying the CZO. While there may be case law on the issue, our CZO directs us very clearly. Whenever these regulations contain an actual, implied, or apparent conflict with other laws and regulations, including an internal conflict within this ordinance, the more restrictive regulation applies unless otherwise specified. CZO 1.4.g. Whether this provision passes legal muster is not a question for interpretation by the department or for this forum. Rather, such arguments fall to a court of law. However, we would like to clarify that we do not believe that both definitions are indeed potentially applicable and imperfect, as applicant argues. We believe, for the reasons articulated above, that carryout restaurant is the correct definition for this use under the current terms of the CZO. Given all of this, the department believes that our decision should be upheld.
The applicant now has 5 minutes to present.
First, thank you. And prior to presenting, we reached out to BZA staff earlier today. Wanted to see if it may be the most appropriate thing to defer. We've got a few different items before the city on this same matter, and it may be more efficient to deal with them all at the same time and see them through and see if eliminate the processes that are unnecessary. So first wanted to request a deferral for that cost.
You can still go through with your comments, Mr. Granderson, just because we would have to go through public comment and then the second half of the meeting before we would be able to consider the deferral. So if you want to just put any comments that are applicable on the record for now, and then we can address the deferral request when we come back.
Sure. So in that case, so first we definitely want to thank zoning staff and the director. I know they, Ashley and everyone else put a good bit of time into looking into this issue. We presented the question, what the proper use classification would be for facilities with commercial kitchens that primarily offer the service of ready-to-consume food and beverages solely through delivery service, often online through a mobile application, with no storefront or direct access to the consumer to purchase, receive, or be served food or beverages on site. With that question being posed, the initial response that we received from safety and permits personnel indicated that the most likely that they would consider to either be a carry-out restaurant or catering kitchen, and that they would require further analysis to confirm which it would be. Obviously, the end result here turned out to be carry-out kitchen from their determination. Our appeal is really based on two very fundamental issues. Point one is that the most applicable and proper definition is in fact catering kitchen. Point two is that even if this were arguendo, a matter where either could apply, that state Supreme Court jurisprudence is extraordinarily clear that you would have to go with the one that we've suggested, as it is in favor of the property owner and least restrictive, and that is mandated by the Constitution. So moving in to further address point one, the carryout restaurant definition requires that it be held out to the public as a place to be served from a serving counter. Not only is it not held out to the public as such, the public is actually not allowed to come. It is not open to the public. So not just not held out, but not open to the public. Meanwhile, the catering kitchen definition regards ready-to-consume meals without on-site sale. Again, the sale does not occur on-site, and there are ready-to-consume meals that are there. Certainly, and as the chief zoning official mentioned, both definitions may seem a imperfect fit, as our code has limited choices, but the catering kitchen is the correct application under the current zoning ordinance. For the reasons stated, and I'm glad to go into it more with more time or with follow-up questions. And the thing is that I'm not the only one to think so. The client here, at the end of the day, has operated in other cities and operates under a catering use permit, and those have been provided to the city and may be in the packets before you, I'm not sure. Even in the city where this model is most prevalent, which is San Francisco, these are typically regarded as catering. So this is not something that is a brand new. Note quickly that effects such as parking and all of that are things that come in that are secondary effects, but that are not really subject to the definitional interpretation and maybe extend a tad beyond what we're really tasked with here at this point. So for these reasons, we're strongly suggesting that catering kitchen is the proper definition, and that this is not a restaurant of any type, carry out or otherwise, and it's not held out to the public for public service. I want to jump into point two, and this is important. Point two, and I want to read to you excerpts from the Louisiana Supreme Court. A zoning ordinance must be strictly construed in favor of the property owner. That sentence more fully is a zoning ordinance being in derogation of property ownership and curtailing and limiting the use of property must be strictly construed in favor of the property owner. That same case, a zoning ordinance which is subject to more than one reasonable interpretation should be construed in favor of the unrestricted use of property. The chief zoning official did mention a provision of the CZO. There are lawyers on this commission, including the chair, who are aware that the Louisiana Supreme Court trumps a municipal ordinance, and that a municipal ordinance can be inaccurate. So to be clear, the Supreme Court is not unclear. For these reasons, we certainly humbly assert that the decision of the Supreme Court and the BZA are both legally mandated to decide this, consistent with the Supreme Court jurisprudence, and thus consistent in our favor.
That's the end
But
of
we
your
may not
time,
even
Mr.
need to get to that
Anderson.
point. We may be able to settle this, and I think we do settle this at the catering kitchen definition before we even get to point 2.
Thanks, Mr. Granderson. Any questions or comments from, I know that the initial request is for a deferral, so I don't know if we wanted to get into too much discussion at this point or get to the second half of the meeting.
Yes, I have a question for our staff, which is, in these situations in the past, at what point do we actually explore creating a new definition to for this use that we haven't seen before, that is new to the city?
So we're actually in the process of examining some potential changes to the CZO that would affect this. We recognize that the CZO was drafted in 2015 and that there's been great innovation in the food service and restaurant space in that time. So we're working with the city council to suggest some changes, but that will be a much longer legislative process.
Yeah, I definitely had some questions around it.
You're muted, Candace.
Muted, Candace, yeah.
Sorry. I was saying that I definitely had some questions about it, but I'll wait to see if we're actually going to hear this today or if it'll be deferred before I go into some of my questions, since the applicant, Mr. Granderson, so graciously mentioned my legal background, but I'll wait to see where we go with it. Any other questions or comments from board members?
I had the same question as Matt, and what the process is for, going through it to make this right for the future for these new uses.
Yeah,
so I definitely, I'm sorry.
Sorry. I was just the process includes a text amendment to the CZO. There may be other changes to the municipal code relating to the permitting side of things, but as far as the, use entitlement, that would be a text amendment, which has to go through the City Planning Commission before it goes to the council ultimately for approval.
And if we were, just a question, since it's starting to bring it up, if we were, Ms. Becknell, to have any discussions on making a decision based on, I hear everyone's request around changes going forward. I feel like our decision would have to be based on the language that we have before us currently. And so if we were to go down that road, and I'm not trying to anticipate what a decision would be, but if we were to make a decision based on that, that might lean towards agreeing with staff on this decision, what would the next recourse be? Would it just be taking this decision to court? And I'm only asking because Mr. Granderson brought up a lot of references to court decisions. And I'm just almost wondering if something from Civil District Court that gives some clearer direction on defining what a ghost kitchen is. I never thought I would hear that word, but defining what a ghost kitchen is, would that change? Would that be another option as opposed to the text amendment?
So my understanding is that, we're following the process thus far. The department's been asked to render an opinion. It's now come to the BZA to determine whether we made an error. Regardless of what the BZA decides, the appellant does have the right to appeal that to Civil District Court, who will review the decision of this body. The other option, depending on what the issues that Mr. Granderson has with being classified as a catering restaurant rather than as a ghost kitchen, as a carryout restaurant, as a catering kitchen rather than a carryout restaurant, there's a potential that there's variances that could be applied for to assuage their concerns if they're based in parking or other options. But this is really not development specific. It's just a general definitional decision.
Got it.
And I don't know that we've considered going to Civil District Court for any reason, certainly not for the definition of ghost kitchen. And just as a quick note there, ghost kitchen is not the term that we use. We have It's the term that Safety and Permits uses. So we've sort of, I guess, allowed that use, but it is not our term. We consider ourselves to be a catering use that's just of a slightly different flavor.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, we can go to the next item.
Okay, the next item is item number 15, BZA docket 03821. This is an appeal of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the issuance of building permit number 19-38455 RNVS. We have Henry Kinney signed up to speak on behalf of this application. Following the Safety and Permits staff presentation, the applicant and the property owner's representative will each have 5 minutes to present.
Relative to 200 Henry Clay Avenue, the applicant's appeals allege errors in the issuance of 2 building permits issued at this address. The applicant's letter addresses both permits together and states that the decision concerns the same factual nexus. As a result, the department has consolidated its response to these appeals. However, if the board would like, I'd be happy to enter this into the record for both 03821 and 03921.
Before you begin, do we need to consolidate the matters, Missy? Do we need to take a vote to consolidate items 16 and 17? Or I'm sorry, is that the 15 and 16?
This is Henry Kinney.
I'm sorry, I'm asking a question to the tower staff first.
As far as it deals with your recusal, and I thought that
You're on mute, Mr. Kinney. You're on mute, Mr. Kinney.
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I suggest to you and the board that the most appropriate time to discuss our request for you to be recused as far as from participating in this would be before we have any discussions involving anything with this appeal. And I suggest to you that now is the time. Does anybody have any objection to that?
I have a question to you, Mr. Kinney. Is your request for recusal in any way tied to a financial situation?
It's tied. Why? I'm not so sure I understand that, Mr. James.
I think I need you to understand the framework of what the recusal language speaks to. So unless Ms. Forrest has a financial situation tied to the request that's to this application, I think that's generally where it's been placed. So as much as you heard me speak to earlier on, I think that was our first agenda item, I noted my recusal then due to my financial conflict because of a reference to who I'm employed by. So I'm not really sure of.
And Missy, for clarity, can you just speak to what our recusal, I want to call it requirements, but what our.
Could I make my statement first?
No, I'm asking a question. Since you've asked about a recusal, I'm just asking for Missy to give what our standard has generally been on recusals.
Generally, we go with what the ethics rules say in state law as well as local law. Recusals are mostly because of financial conflict, meaning you either work for someone or you have a financial stake or a family member of yours has a financial stake in an item. These are the ethical considerations for a recusal.
May I talk? Let me know when I can talk.
Which it brings me, I have to recuse myself from this item as I've done in the past.
Thank you. I forgot about that, and you have asked about that before. Thank you for bringing that up.
And why is that, Mr. Alvarez? Why is Mr. Alvarez?
His firm is involved in this project, I believe.
Well, we are involved with the client that is part of this project, not the specific project, but the client itself.
Okay. Ms. Forrest, may I suggest to the board and to you the grounds for the recusal request?
I just had the staff indicate what the basis is. So if it's not based on a financial reason, then there's no need to really address any further. I would only recuse myself if it fell within the standards that we've normally discussed, which would be based on some type of financial relationship, which this is not the case.
So it would seem to me that I should be allowed to at least argue and provide the information on why you should be recused. I've been at this a little while, and I've never heard a limitation to financial basis or involvement. I've never heard of, quote, what ethics rules Ms. Quigley is talking about. We're suggesting to you fellas and ladies that Ms. Forrest has a definite demonstrated hostility towards the appellant. And I believe that that has been shown by the city attorney, of which Ms. Quigley is an associate, that, and he has said that you believe that my client, and I guess our firm, is harassing you or harassing you. So if you believe and have demonstrated publicly that you believe that you're being harassed, we believe that that's a legal ground for your recusal, a demonstrated bias, a demonstrated prejudice. Okay.
I will just state that Mr. Kinney, as a fellow attorney, can definitely understand that there are often times where parties may be on different sides, but our rules of professional conduct speak to us being able to be impartial. I attest, by being a member of this board and now being the chair of this board, to always handle matters in an impartial way. I've never shown any bias, not that I have to go through this back and forth, but I think that by bringing up something that's currently being litigated, I don't think it's appropriate to get into that conversation here when we have that item still being litigated in court. But as I stated from the beginning, I don't see a reason to recuse myself. It's a decision that board members make on their own. It's not something that's voted on by the full board. So to try to suggest to my fellow board members that they make some decision about it is definitely not the correct process. But I will reassert that I don't have any reason to feel that I need to recuse myself from these matters, as staff has indicated what our standards are for recusal.
Ms. Forrest, the question that we have and we have presented is, Mr. Lindsay stood up in court and said that you felt you were being harassed.
I'm not going to get into the back and forth of what's taking place in court. No, I actually don't have to, Mr. Kinney. The decision has been made. So I believe the question to Ms. Quigley was what our position was on whether or not to consolidate these matters. The discussion on the recusal is done. So Ms. Quigley, if you would, I think I asked, or maybe Commissioner James asked, whether or not we needed to consolidate the matters just based on the way that the city has presented the items for, I think it's 15 and 16.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's one report, and it's applicable to both. I don't think that, well, you can vote now, or you can ask if they have any objection, vote later. You kind of have a menu of options. I don't know if the applicant, do you object to these being combined into one matter, or would you like to keep them separate?
I don't think there's a problem with combining, and I just for completeness, that we object to Ms. Forrest's continued participation, and we also object to the fact that the request for recusal was directed to her, not to the board, and it was based on Mr. Lindsay's manifestation and declaration that she felt she was being harassed. But in terms of the specifics, we have no objection to the consolidation.
Okay, then why don't we go ahead, since he has no objection, let's go ahead and vote on that now, because there's no objection and the public comment will be for both anyway.
So, Madam Chair, if it's a moment for motion.
Are there any questions from board members? You could go ahead with the motion.
Madam Chair, I, Todd James, move to consolidate both BZA dockets 038-21 and docket number 039-21. Ahead
Romero
of
Diaz seconds.
consideration. Thank you.
Sorry, Todd. I'll second.
No, you good. You good. You good, Ron.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz to consolidate items 038-21 and 039-21. Roll vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries.
Would y'all like me
Respect
to
now.
continue? Okay, thank you. Appellant argues that two permits, one for the heliport at 200 Henry Clay Avenue and one for the infill tower at 200 Henry Clay Avenue, were both issued in direct violation of the New Orleans Code of Ordinances, Chapter 26, Article 1, Section 26.5. As an initial matter, the Board of Zoning Adjustments does not have authority to hear challenges to the Director of Safety and Permits decisions under city code, including the building code. Chapter 4 of the CZO, which enables zoning appeals, specifies that only decisions of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits on permits issued under the CZO are appealable to the BZA. CZO 4.8.B.3. This department has opined previously and continues to hold that this means that the BZA does not have the authority to hear appeals related to the Director's interpretations or applications of city code outside of the CZO. Because this appeal is expressly raised under City Code Section 2615, it lies outside of the purview of this board. Even if this board does have the authority to hear these appeals under 4.8.B of the CZO, other issues persist. The applicant states that the reason that the issuance of the helipad permit, let me start that sentence again. The applicant states that the reason that the issuance of the permits violates 2615 is that they violate the CZO by permitting the structure as a helipad rather than a heliport. That issue has been heard and settled by this board under docket number 07720, which confronted that zoning decision directly. The permits issued relied on that zoning interpretation, and no new zoning verification interpretations or decisions were made as part of the permit issuance. As such, this issue is moot since it has already been decided in this forum. Additionally, this issue is currently pending before a court of law. Applicant has appealed the BZA's decision in docket number 07720 to Civil District Court and has taken a writ from that decision to the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. Any question related to the merits of whether the use is a helistop or a heliport belongs in that proceeding, not this new appeal urging the same arguments. Furthermore, CZO 4.8.A holds that this appeal is not valid. That section sets out the purpose of BZA appeals generally and reads, appeals to the Board of Zoning Adjustments may be filed by an aggrieved party or by any officer, department, commission, board, bureau, or any other agency of the city affected by any decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits concerning those decisions described in paragraph B below. Appeals shall be based in and shall provide evidence of an error in the application of law or a conflict in the law. This appeal does not actually allege an error in the application of law by the Director of Safety and Permits. Rather, because this board has examined the issue of whether this use is a helipad or a heliport and rendered a decision on that issue, this appeal, by bringing that same argument again, alleges an error in the application of law by the Board of Zoning Appeals. By the Board of Zoning Adjustments. Decisions of the Board of Zoning Adjustments must be appealed to Civil District Court, not to this body in the form of a subsequent appeal related to the same facts and arguments. CZO 4.8.F. Finally, out of an abundance of caution, to the extent that this board finds that this appeal is proper and presents new arguments of some kind, the department responds again that based on the evidence that has been provided, it believes this used to be a helistop. The evidence presented by the permit and zoning verification applicant, Children's Hospital, supports that the facility is used as a helistop rather than as permanent basing. Mr. Kinney submits correspondence from the FAA as Exhibit E to their appeals. That correspondence states that while official records show a base at Children's Hospital for the aircraft in question, quote, the airport is operating out of New Orleans Lakefront Airport at this time, which is consistent with evidence provided by Children's Hospital to the department. The letter from the FAA dated January 15th, 2021, attached to the appeal as Exhibit F, uses both the terms helipad and heliport. The department believes that it is very unlikely that the FAA adheres to the definitions of helistop and heliport set forth in the New Orleans CZO and interpreted by this department. The FAA's terminology and distinction is not determinative of the zoning question posed by how the CZO classifies the use of this helipad. Given all of this, the department's decision should be upheld.
Mr. Kinney, you now have 5 minutes to present.
We think that this is a fairly succinct and simple issue, that originally we were before the board on the issuance of the zoning determination by Ms. Becknell and the participation by Ms. Quigley in the city attorney's office in the which we objected to, in that we felt that there was a conflict of interest. But the issue was there whether or not the operations of the applicant for the zoning determination letter, whether factually it was in violation of the definition under the CZO of a heliport. And at the time, there was no factual dispute nor opposing evidence that showed two things. One, that physically the structure that was planned to be operated and constructed was for a heliport. You may recall that we demonstrated without any contravailing evidence the refueling, the break room, et cetera, okay? And we also demonstrated without any contravailing evidence the operations that were taking place at the time. It's the same issue now, but that was a zoning determination letter. And we have appealed and would be satisfied, and I guess we'll have to, given the nature of the way that it's being handled so far, I guess we can anticipate that, I guess maybe we shouldn't anticipate, but that was an appeal from a letter, and this is the actual permit. So I guess our concern was, and should be, well, we didn't want to go without appealing the actual permit and then have somebody say you failed to appeal the permit issuance. So it's the same issue. We have adopted all of the facts and all of the documents that were included in our first appeal. And again, they're uncontradicted about the physical facts of the nature of the construction and the physical facts of the nature of the operations. Okay, so clearly this operation is a heliport, is a heliport, is a heliport. And if anybody has any facts to show that it's not a heliport, we look forward to hearing those. That concludes our presentation. And we incorporate, as I said earlier, all of the documents and all of the evidence that was included in our first appeal, which is presently being heard as an appeal by the Civil District Court, and we've applied for supervisory writs to the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals.
We have Sharonda Williams signed up to speak on behalf of the property owner. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Sharonda Williams on behalf of Children's Hospital. I'm going to be very brief. One, we don't object to Ms. Forrest participating in the consideration of this matter. Second, we view this as a matter that is moot, as it's already pending in Civil District Court based on this board's ruling previously on Ms. Becknell's zoning verification, and we otherwise stand by the staff report on both of these matters.
Thank you, Ms. Williams and Mr. Kinney. Just a question, Ms. Quigley, procedurally. given the comments from the applicant referencing that this is the same issue as what was previously decided, and adopting the record from our previous decision, how do we need to first address whether we need to hear this matter or whether it's moot, as Ms. Williams indicated, and I believe it was indicated in the staff report as well. I'm just trying to figure out procedurally how we need to walk this through.
Ms. Forrest, we didn't say it was the same matter. I think you have to be clear that one dealt with the letter interpretation, zoning
Mr. Kinney, Mr. Kinney, you're out of order. You're out of order.
You're out of order, and for—
You have to get it right.
Well, for purpose—
I'm sorry, Chairwoman, if you don't mind. Mr. Kinney, you're out of order. And again, the Chairwoman asked a question of council. So please allow her the process to ask question of staff accordingly, so we could make sure that we're following this in an appropriate process. Thank you.
As that would be a decision made, we have to accept public comment on all the decisions. So I would rather save that for the second half of the meeting.
Thank you. That's fine. Do we have any questions or comments from board members at this time?
A question for our staff, our council. I'm just confused as to why this is even on the agenda if the appeal is raised under a separate city code section outside of the CZO. Are we obliged to consider those cases even if that's in question?
The application is slightly different, and that's why we thought it was proper for at least docketing, because of the permit and not a decision. So you can make the decision that that was a wrong decision, that it was moot, that it should not be on here. It's up to you to make that decision. You can find that the staff made an error in docketing this item. It's all for your decision after the public comment period.
Okay, thank you.
And my only reason for bringing it up as well is just that knowing that part of this is still being litigated, just making sure that this in no way is, inappropriate in light of the fact that it's under litigation. And normally when we have items that are being litigated, it's normally deferred until the matter is resolved in court, or, just things like that. So that was why I asked those initial questions as well.
We would have no objection to deferral. If you want to wait till it comes up in front of the civil district
Thank you,
court,
Mr. Kinney. That was a question directed towards staff and our internal folks. You don't have the floor at this time. Any other questions from board members? Seeing none, we can go to the next item.
Okay, items number 17 and 18, BZA dockets 04021 and 04121 have been removed from the agenda. This concludes the presentation of dockets. The board will now recess until 12:35 p.m. Consideration of dockets including public comments, will begin at 12:35 p.m. Please refer to the screen for public comment rules. Public comments will be accepted until the end of the recess. Would the board consider a motion to recess until 12:35 p.m.?
I, Todd James, so move.
Alvarez,
Second, Alfonso.
It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Gonzalez to go into recess, returning at 12:35 p.m. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. We're now in recess until 12:35.
Candace, let me know when you're ready to get started.
Just making sure we have everybody back. I think we have a quorum. I know Commissioner James is recusing himself on this item, so he may not be on. As long as everybody's here, I think we're good to go.
All right, Alfonso, are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, great. All right, would the board consider a motion to return from recess?
So moved, Alfonso.
Seconded, Tamara.
Thank you. It's been moved by Commissioner Gonzalez, second by Commissioner Eggins to return from recess. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest. Yes, 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. You can
Okay,
proceed.
Thank you. The public comment forum is now closed. We will begin with consideration of dockets and the public comment portion of the meeting. Do we have the public comments ready yet, Emily?
Larry should be emailing them momentarily, so I think we should give it just a minute for answering the file.
I didn't see anything on there for any items up until 9, maybe. So
And Emily, I didn't hear what you were saying, maybe because you were muted. It was,
I was about to say the same thing. It was really muffled and far away, Emily.
Do I still sound muffled?
there's an echo.
It's because she's in the council chambers on Granicus. That's why. It's not really fixable. We've had this issue at all the meetings.
Understood.
Okay, we do have the public comment forum up now. All right. So the first item is BZA docket 06621 for a property located at 1435 Joseph Street. This request is for variances to permit a single-family residence with a parking space in the front yard with insufficient stall width, insufficient stall depth, insufficient setback from a lot line, and resulting in insufficient permeable open space. This is an after-the-fact request, and as a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation was for a 90-day deferral. And we have one public comment for this item. In opposition of this application, Karen Giger Estisis, 1444 Joseph Street. I am commenting on behalf of 8 of the closest neighbors, neighbors to 1435 Joseph Street. All of the people sent written letters of objection to BZA staff for the October 12th, 2020 hearing, when our owner requested variances to keep an illegally installed driveway. These letters are on file. The request was changed 4 months ago for the current cement slab to be used as a patio. BZA said that they could never be used as a driveway, but was allowed if the owner met all of the safety and permit conditions for a patio, and the pavement between the sidewalk and the street needed to be removed, and the curb cut replaced with a curb within 90 days. It is now 120 days, and those conditions about the curb cut in ROW or ROW have still not been met. The owner has used the driveway these past 6 months as a driveway, including today. At what point does BZA and safety and permits enforce what the owner has been told to do? Will there be more deferrals and shifting requests? The neighbors are hoping that after 21 months of construction, that the project will finally be complete and in compliance with the law. That's all of the public comments for item number 1. And since there was opposition, Claudia Cope has 5 minutes to rebut.
Thank you. Karen Eustace Geiger owns the house across the street from our house and has been in opposition to this driveway since Blair, the previous owner, put the driveway in 2014. She claims to speak for 8 of the neighbors, but I really don't know how true that is. She speaks for herself, and I understand that she would like everything finished and everything like that. I would like everything finished also, but we have to go through the proper procedures, and I appreciate the board bearing with me through the whole process. You know, she's just complaining again, and you know, that's just the way she is. You know, that's okay. That's okay. She's entitled to her opinion. But I really don't have much to say to address what Karen said. I said what I needed to say at the beginning, and I welcome any discussion that ensues.
Thank you, Ms. Cope. I did have a question. So I was just trying to understand. I know that the request from staff was to defer the matter for an additional 90 days, but I know you had brought up some questions or concerns, and that's what I was trying to understand, whether or not you were in agreement to deferral, or did you, I wasn't clear with the points that you had brought up regarding the construction by Bow Brothers.
Okay. The first part of the thing I said was addressing the board as if the prescription period had not yet accrued. In other words, that I deferral in order to get Bow Brothers to address the curb that they destroyed, which was a curb I did not have to repair, but now needs repair. And that's at the base of the driveway. That's the purpose of the deferral, is to try to get them to, you know, correct what they destroyed. But all that is moot if the board recognizes that the prescription period has indeed accrued and that the driveway has a non-conforming status. In that case, I would pursue Bow Brothers to repair the curb, and the outstanding violations. The most recent ones were made in November of last year. And I think that might have been an attempt to further draw out the prescription period, if I'm not mistaken, so that it wouldn't expire. But it was, those violations were issued after the prescription period, as the law, as if we interpret the state law as it's written, the prescription period expired in October of 2019, which is long before any of these hearings started, long before the issue came back up again. The city had been ignoring it since it, as far as I can tell, since the administrative judgment was put down in January of 2016. There was no action, as far as I know, on any by the city government in any respect to try to enforce this. When it came time for me to purchase the house, the owners had to address the lien that was put on the property, and that was satisfied. But that was long before I came into the picture. That was done in, I think, April, and the house was put on the market in July or June. So, I had nothing to do with that lien.
And I guess my question is just because I was under the impression, I know that we had some conversation when this item first came up related to the prescriptive period. And so I thought that had all been resolved. And that's why we were at the point now of just the issue of the construction and allowing time for that construction that's not construction that you've done. I mean, construction by a third party outside of your control, to have that resolved. But I thought that the prescriptive period issue had already been addressed?
It was discussed at the last meeting, and Mr. Kindle and Ms. Quigley both stated that they believed that the prescription period was reset to begin on January 6th, 2016. During the 3-month period here, during that last deferral, I asked both of them for where is the law, where is the rule, where is the regulation that says this? What you're saying in the meeting directly contradicts what state law says, and my lawyer also looked for other laws or ordinances or regulations that would address the prescription period, and came up with the same answer. The RS 95625 is what applies here, and if you clearly follow the law, it says that the prescription period expired on October 21st, 2019. And that to me says that this whole thing was a lot of effort spent for nothing, because the board no longer has jurisdiction over that driveway.
And so I guess the question, again, and maybe staff can just chime in, because what I'm trying to understand is whether or not this issue is, where are we in terms, I know we've requested a deferral, but can somebody just refresh me on where we are on this matter, what it is that we're making a decision on? And maybe I'm just remembering wrong. And so I just don't want to rehash something that's already been asked and answered. So if staff can just weigh in on the issue that relates to the prescriptive period. I don't know if that should be Aspen or Missy.
I can just answer to the fact that the deferral in front of us was not anything to do with the prescription period, and just the last meeting we kind of, like everything would stay. It would be a patio, no longer a driveway. And so the applicant showed us that there's road work going on. So we understand that we're offering like another 90-day deferral to figure that out. I don't know anything else with the prescription period. If Missy wants to.
The reason why I didn't respond to your email is because I'm not allowed to give out legal advice to the general public. There's case law that is interpreted that you can interrupt the prescriptive period and it's applicable to Orleans Parish. And we've operated under that assumption for a while.
I would like to know, that's not legal
But also,
advice.
I don't think that the prescription was really the issue here. I think that was discussed last time, and it was more, as Aspen said, it was more the deferral to deal with the external problems with the Bow Brothers construction.
Yeah. The Bow Brothers issue is indeed what has kept me from finishing the work that was laid out at the January meeting, which would have involved the curb was still at the same level as the curb in front of the house. The curb in front of the driveway is at the same level as the curb in front of the house. So it did not need to be changed. We were just going to cut out the driveway apron, leaving the curb in place. In fact, the scoring has been done, but we did not remove the pavement yet in order to use the driveway for construction purposes. Then Bow Brothers destroyed the curb, and that led to a whole bunch of other things to have to deal with. But I think that the prescription period really overrides everything. You mentioned case law, Ms. Quigley, but if my lawyer contacted you, would you be able to tell him what you're specifically? He was unable to find anything that allowed the resetting of the prescription period in Orleans Parish. Everything contradicts state law.
It's state. There's been cases that have. It's not like there's something exactly on point that says Orleans Parish gets to interrupt prescription. There's case law that's interpreted this law that has been interpreted to say that that's how we do things here, and that is the customary way that we do things. Whenever we continue to go after a violation, that's interrupting the prescriptive period. It's in going with the case law and also with the civil code and the code of civil procedure.
Okay, and that's even though the section subsection
and I guess the question is,
of the
I'm
law.
looking at the part that's confusing me is that I'm looking at the notes from our previous meetings, and that's why I'm feeling like we're reopening what had already been decided. And then looking at the notes, and let me not misquote which meeting, but at the December meeting, it stated that the applicant stated a willingness to bring the site into compliance, to eliminate the permeability waiver from meeting the required permeable open space for the entire lot, and agreed to restore the curb cut. And so my question is, are you saying that you're no longer wishing to do that? Because that's why I'm trying to understand why we're going back to the question on prescriptive period, because that was part of your initial comments when this first came before us, but then we moved away from that. And so if we're going back to that, I'm just trying to understand if you're changing your position in any way on what was previously stated.
I have already removed sufficient pavement elsewhere on the lot and in the front yard to more than compensate for the pavement that was put in when the driveway was installed. And that is going to be planting beds. Permeable space, planting beds, good stuff. That's what the city wants. So that's already, the pavement is gone, and the beds are awaiting new soil to be planted. The item at question would be the removal of the driveway apron, which was requested by Mr. Kindle. Leave the curb in place because the curb is at the same height, and even a portion of the curb was still the original curb from whenever the 1920s that had the metal edging on it, that, the old school vintage curb was still there. That was part of the curb by the driveway. And so I was going to leave that curb in place, and Mr. Kindle wanted me to remove that section of pavement that would be called the driveway apron. I'm just going by what the law says in plain old black and white, that the prescription period has expired, that I should have legal non-conforming status, and I would like to leave the driveway apron in place.
So I guess the question for staff is, with that request, would that be an appeal, staff? I'm just trying to understand. I don't know, or Aspen, I'm getting more confused. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I think that, basically, if we can't resolve this through the board and it's, the variances aren't going to be able to, and we discussed it with Nick Kindle, who's the zoning administrator, but basically Nick was saying that they would remove the flags if this became compliant by making it non-driveway. They have removed concrete. We're just waiting to take those and make them moot until safety and permits has signed off on it. So I guess at that point, if safety and permits is saying that they refuse to sign off until it complies, yeah, I'm not 100% sure if that would be an official appeal.
And I'm just trying to understand.
I think that probably would be.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Missy, I was talking over you. I apologize. What did you say?
So basically, the reason why we keep deferring this is to get it into compliance or grant a waiver. So if you don't grant a waiver and safety and permits refuses to sign off on compliance, then she can appeal safety and permits decision that this is not compliant. And that's probably better where her arguments that she's trying to make would be. Right now, we're deciding if she should get a variance, and what we were doing by deferring it was working with her to make it so that she wouldn't need the variances. But in order to not need the variances, safety and permits has to sign off on it. Safety and permits is not signing off on what she's done. So that's, that would be a decision of safety and permits. But we still have this open variance case. So we need to dispose of that variance case before that can be the case.
Okay, thank you.
All right, can I offer a suggestion? I am willing to remove that driveway apron at this time in order to go into compliance with what the city asked at the January meeting, which is remove pavement sufficient to compensate for the driveway pavement. That's already been completed. Restoring the curb, I still have to work with Bow Brothers to get them to, move in the right direction. And removing the driveway apron, I can do that. Just to kind of move things along in the interest of time. I'd like to get all my inspections completed and everything. The house is getting close to being habitable, and until we have the certificate of occupancy, no one can live there. That kind of defeats the purpose of renovating the house. And then if this comes back in some way in the future, we can deal with the idea of the prescription period.
And so just to be clear, we're still at the point based on the work that's still being done by Bow Brothers staff. We're still at the point of deferring until that's resolved.
That's what I'm asking for right now, yes, because it's obviously there's not going to be a decision on the prescription period today. That I'd just like a deferral to get the things done discussed in the January 11th meeting.
Any other questions from any other board members? And based on the staff's recommendation, this will be a 90-day deferral. Is that what you're asking for, Ms. Cope?
I'm asking for that, but I hope to only need 30 or 60 days, or not even that. The one big thing that requires a lot of material to be moved into the yard is the fill dirt for the planting beds, and having the driveway apron in place really would make that a whole lot easier than having to go through the grass and everything like that. Carrying in wheelbarrows full of dirt, and I'd be able to dump the dirt on the current driveway instead of leaving it in a pile on the street.
Okay.
Which I'd prefer not to do.
Okay. Any other questions, board members? Is there a motion?
Motion's in order?
Yes, proceed.
Yeah. In regard to docket BZA 066-20, I, Jose Alvarez, move to defer the matter for 90 days as recommended by the staff.
Alfonso, I second.
With regard to docket 066-20, it's been moved by Commissioner Alvarez, second by Commissioner Gonzalez to defer the matter 90 days. Roll call vote. Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So items 2 and 3 were withdrawn. And sorry, we'll now begin with the new business for variances. The next item is item number 4, BZA docket 028-21 for the property at 1609 Barone Street. This request is for a variance to permit the construction of a mixed-use development with insufficient off-street parking. The staff recommendation was for denial. And I don't believe we had any public comments for this item. No, so no need for rebuttal.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from board members? If you remember, I believe Ms. May, Commissioner James, I don't know if it was you as well, Commissioner Diaz, spoke about the possibility of a parking waiver. And I think we needed to discuss whether we needed to combine these two items, items 4 and 5. So just for procedural purposes, Missy, do we need to address the consolidation first?
Yes.
So, Ms. May, are you okay with consolidating items 4 and 5, 028-21 and 029-21?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a motion?
This is Ramiro in regards to, sorry, I forgot the numbers. I lost track of them. In regards to docket
028.
Yeah, sorry, 0228 and 029. I move to combine them for our discussion and action.
Mara Egan, second.
It's been moved by Commissioner Diaz, second by Commissioner Eggins to suspend the rules and consolidate items 028-21 and 029-21. Roll vote. Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. We can proceed.
Hello. Although you have no comments, you had asked me during the break to get with the architect to discuss the project. So what she said was that at the Zoom meeting that we had with CPC and zoning, that it was encouraged, to do the commercial space. Basically, the staff recommended that how it was more appealing to the streetscape and to the neighborhood of the building would be without the compliant of the car space and would require one curb cut per property. So the design was from that feedback, and the problem now with combining them is that the state fire marshal requires the 6 feet between the buildings, and they also have ADA handicaps on the side, and putting one driveway and stacking cars would not give that egress for the state fire marshal. So again, it's we're talking about on each property, 13 inches of space to where we wouldn't have been required to even have the car. And that this isn't a commercial HUMU, which you want to create a pedestrian walkway that brings, people to the street. This particular project will bring, a living area for permanent residents, people to stay, visit, shop. So we're asking for it, and this is not uncommon in this particular area, as you got the data from the staff, to request to eliminate this one parking requirement so that we can do a nice retail space on the bottom. And again, if we are required to do the parking space, it's going to take away street parking anyway. So it seems to be the best design for the neighborhood. And again, the immediate neighbor loved the design. There was no opposition, and are encouraged to stay with the original design because it fits in better with the neighborhood. That's all.
Yeah, so a couple things. One, is there anything, am I out of order, or can I go ahead and comment, Candace? Okay, so when we look at these projects, we look at, and we got a few designers on this board. If we see opportunities within the footprint of that site to do other things, it's very hard for, like, from a design standpoint, it's very hard for us to say there's no way to develop this property without having a parking place, right? I see opportunities in the design. I'm sure others, we can think of other ways to design this. If both Todd and I had the same reaction that, you can, create a shared driveway with parking in the back, and you can't stack cars, right? So you'd have to create parking, slip in the back somehow. It's the owner's desire to develop the site the way they're developing it, right? So there's nothing that says you have to have that many units or that you have to have that many commercial spaces or all these things. These are all choices. And so looking at the site and looking at how much it's built out, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's 100% built out, right? There's no there's no rear yard. It's fully filled up with building.
No, unfortunately, the architect's not on, but it was not 100% built out. She made a lot of concessions, and she designed this, and it was driven by meeting with City Planning Commission.
That's fine, but it's that, the architect and the owner, can other options for getting this in, and that's what we see. Right? We weren't there for that discussion with CPC staff. So when I look at this project, I look at opportunities to fit parking in there. That does not say that I would prefer to have all commercial on the ground floor, because I live in the neighborhood. I would love to see more commercial space. But if we see an opportunity in the plan, it's hard for us to say this project meets the 9 criteria when there are opportunities to design in a different way. And I would just recommend that you all look back at the plans a little bit and see if there's a way to get that parking to work. That's my own opinion.
Well, again, at the time when we were trying to get guidance from the City Planning Commission, there was no other recommendation. It basically came to, do you want a storefront or do you want a garage door? I mean, basically that's what.
But if you look at the development in total, you've got 2 properties that are going in at the same time. There are ways to build both of them so that they meet the zoning requirements, and that's I can't not see that when I look at it. And that is not in conflict with the fire marshal. I mean, there's you're going to create a greater separation between the buildings if you do that, and it may require that you have to change the design a little bit. But I see opportunities in the design, and that's going to be my line for every single case that comes before us, is that if I see an opportunity for architecture to be designed differently and still come within the zoning requirements, then that's where we're going to stand. So those are my thoughts.
It's unfortunate that we didn't meet with you instead of the staff, but it is what it is, and we are in full compliance with everything else. So if you choose not to give us that variance for that space, then we'll most likely just put the garage door in. And
I guess another question, Ms. May, I know you spoke with the architect during the break, and I just didn't know if it would be appropriate, if you think that maybe having a little bit more time to talk with the architect, to Mr. Diaz's point, to maybe see if there's some room in some type of redesign as opposed to just going forward. We've presented this to you just today.
Well, unfortunately, we've been with this for since October. This should have been on last month's agenda, and because the staff told us they were overworked, that it got delayed another month. And all of these delays, I just don't think the owner is interested in starting over again. And they could have put more units in this, but they didn't. And the only parking space we're referring to is a residential, which I would think you would want to encourage.
So I think just Ms. May, back to the chairwoman's question, and I think it was what
I
I
don't
meant.
think we'll defer it. I think they can go ahead and design it without having to come back to BZA, because we're in full compliance with everything. So if this is what you want, they'll just, I'm assuming, put the driveway in and forget about the commercial. And I may be speaking out, I'm not the owner and I'm not the architect, but I think they can build this in compliance without doing the commercial space.
And I mean, if that's the case, that's why I was suggesting, if you were to do a deferral and you do communicate with the owner and the architect, if they don't have any way to do this, then there's the option of just withdrawing the request at that point. So that's why I was giving the suggestion before just having us make the decision based on what we have now. If you have that time to consult with the owner and with the architect more fully.
The architect just texted me and said carport per site and no extension, that we need to move forward.
Okay. Any other questions from board members? Is there a motion? And just a reminder, the motion would be on the consolidated items 028-21 and 029-21.
Well, I just want to quickly comment and say that, my preference always is to have commercial, and, the parking to me is not a, that's a zoning requirement that I think a lot of times we can find ways to work around. But in this case, you've admitted that there's other ways to design this, and we hope that you can work with the architect and find a better solution. But with that said, I moved to God, got to go back to the docket numbers. In regards to docket 2821 and 2921, I moved to uphold the staff's recommendation for denial.
Todd James, second.
With regard to dockets 028-21 and 029-21, it's been moved by Commissioner Diaz, second by Commissioner James, to uphold the staff's recommendation, finding that the 9 criteria have not been met, and recommend denial of the requested variances. Roll call vote. Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest. Yes. 7 yeas, no nays. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Next item.
The next item is item number 6, BZA docket 03021 for the property at 4945 Desire Drive. This request is for a variance to permit the construction of a single-family residence with insufficient rear yard setback. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for denial. We do have a comment for this item. In support of this application, Amy Thrust, 2900 Elysian Fields Avenue, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70122. In reference to the applications at 4645 Desire, 4652 Desire, and 4551 Montague, our original plans would have complied with the rear yard setback, but NORA requires us to revise those plans to create larger rooms. We believe that that's a special circumstance that we did not create. They would not allow us to shrink those plans. Those plans cost another $30,000. The side yard setbacks in our plans exceed the required setback by several hundred feet. We would be happy to revise the deeds to restrict the development of the side yards to offset the encroachment in the rear. And that's the end of the comments for this item. And there was no opposition, so no need for rebuttal.
Any questions?
If $30,000 for plan revisions on residential, I'm in the wrong business. But beyond that, I want to come back to the initial suggestion before when we were looking at these items. If there was any further consideration from the applicant to consider the deed restriction on a side yard in order to help preserve or at least to protect what we have for, to mitigate what we have is the encroachments.
Absolutely, we'd be happy to do that. I think as you can see from the plans, on at least 2 of the properties, the driveway is set back from the side yard boundary by 15 or 20 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So certainly we would be happy to put restrictive deed covenants in there to expand the setback. I believe the required setback in this zoning designation is 3 feet. Certainly we'd expand it to 6 or 7 or whatever the number needs to be.
Got it.
And I have a question for the reviewer. What is the front yard setback in this area?
20.
It's 20 feet.
20? Okay. I was just curious if there was any room to play in the front, given the deep setbacks and the kind of the neighborhood frontages, if they're all consistent in that area.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, the front, no, there's no wiggle room there.
Okay.
And that's a build to line, right, Sabine?
Correct.
Okay.
So that's the only reason why I suggested just doing with that side yard setback deed restriction that way. Well, just doing the restricted covenants on the side yard, that at least just helps it. Well, we're not dealing with that much of an encroachment into the rear yard with this. And I mean, I do agree that at least with each one of these lots, they are irregular in shape. So it does create that condition. Otherwise, you'd end up with an angled rear wall to meet the setback line. But just knowing that how this is just repetitive plate, I'd rather just do the more restrictive form just to kind of help protect what we have in place, so that we don't create any form of a precedent for further setback conditions throughout this area.
One more question. Are these ones next to each other? Or are they just kind of different lots throughout the neighborhood?
They are different lots throughout the neighborhood within a block or two of each other.
Right. Okay. And then, yeah, I was just thinking about the kind of how the house is, which way it flips on the site in relation to the green infrastructure projects that are going in and some of the alleys and other things that are in the neighborhood. And wondering if there's some consideration about, trees on the site or how these were sited.
I don't have that information in front of me. They were cited. Unfortunately, they were cited based on what Nora told us on where to put them. And as far as the $30,000, Mr. James, that was Nora required us to do an entire redo of our prior plans. So, we're happy to do the setback in the side yard to more than offset the encroachment in the rear.
All right, and I'm not trying to belabor a point, but when it was presented earlier, it was said that the plans were done pro bono. So it just throws confusion to the topic when whatever's getting presented at this point, if we're talking about something was done for free versus not. Now it's being said that it actually did cost. Like I'm trying to hold consistency in what's being presented as your case.
Absolutely. If I could clarify that, the first set of plans that we originally tried to use with Nora were. The second set that they required us to redraw did cost. And that was my lack of clarity, and I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from board members?
Only other comment to Commissioner Diaz. I know one thing we've done in the past with landscaping requirements is just to require, I don't know if it's the street tree or further landscaping requirements in the front yard. If we added that as a proviso in addition to any deed covenants. Just as a suggestion.
Yeah, and the only reason why I was bringing it up is because I was involved in the Pontilli Hazard Mitigation Project urban design, and we were looking at all these vacant lots and trying to find opportunities for stormwater storage. And I was just curious how these sites, because they were all Nora lots that we were looking at, and then some were for sale and some were going to be used for hazard mitigation lots. And I was just curious where this site fell in relation to those, because if there was an opportunity to tie into that or create a rain garden or something that if it was Nora and on the city's, coordinate with the city on that. So it wouldn't be Habitat for Humanity's cost, but there may be some opportunities for some green infrastructure on the site that it's in keeping with the neighborhood investments that are going on right now.
And just a point on the, I know that there are 3 different lots that we're discussing. The first 2 lots only have a waiver for the rear yard, but bear in mind the third one is a little different because there's a front yard setback and rear yard setback waiver request. So I don't know if once we get to that one, the discussion just may be a little bit different. So just bear that in mind.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I was actually looking at that and wondering if there's a condition that would allow them to shift that building back so that the front yards are still protected and just deal with the rear yard encroachment on that property, but we'll address them.
We can get to that one when we get to it, but just because we were talking about all three of them, I just wanted to add that point that that one might be a little bit different. So
Right.
they're not consolidated, so we're dealing with them one at a time, but just wanted to flag that as
Thank
we
you.
were discussing.
Right. And this one is, sorry, this one is for 4945, right? So that looks like a pretty clear empty site. There is a catch basin, but I'm assuming that the driveway clears that. And then the other one has a nice tree in front of it, but it also looks like there's an existing curb cut. So that kind of answers my question about which side the driveway is on in the big open space, which will be a nice side yard.
Are there any other questions or comments from board members?
If a motion's in order.
Yes, proceed.
And of course, as I do that, I close my file. So it happens to me every time.
It's 030-21.
Yeah, I had it open and I accidentally closed my PDF. My apologies. Madam Chair. Oh,
Todd,
go ahead.
can I interrupt for 1 second? Just one thing I noticed, Street View changed on me as I was looking at it. Is there any chance of flipping this site? I mean, it doesn't really help the discussion here, but there's a big rain garden that's going in next door on the, which way is north on this map? It looks like if you were to flip the site, it doesn't change anything with the setback, but there is a big rain garden that side yard would be opening onto, which could help with, just sort of the urban design of the space and what that property looks onto.
The only thing I would just throw out there is a moment of caution on that one. If we did that, they would then have to still revise the plans.
Okay.
Showing the plan and showing the building in a different location. That would also increase the setback in the rear yard. So to help prevent, I'm with you, Rami, in terms of just trying to better planning, but if we're going to strongly take into consideration what they're presenting right now and what they're presenting as their case without creating any language around this being a financial hardship, I would just err on the side of caution, considering
it gets worse. Yeah, it gets worse. I agree with you there. I was looking at the wrong plan, Todd. I was looking at two different ones and it looked like it was equal and it was not. It was the wrong one I was looking at. So I apologize. But the rain garden is next door, just FYI. Really big one.
So now they get a really nice side yard.
Yeah.
All right, Madam Chair, for motions in order.
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, with regards to BZA docket number 030-21, my motion would be to grant the variance for Article 13, Section 13.3A1, Table 13.2 for rear yard setback. While the staff's note only mentions 5 of the 9 criteria met, with regards to the remaining 4, I want to accept what the applicant has presented is the conditions for why the other 4 criteria have been met, but also provide further clarity that in any other plan configuration, this would create a further detriment to any setback conditions. And I would ask that we add the 3 standard provisos and add a 4th, which would be a deed restriction, which would protect what has been established as the new side yard condition applicable to what is on the driveway side of this property, and ask that that deed restriction hold that setback to the new build line. And with that, we've now offset the impact of what would be the required rear yard areas and providing a better design condition for the property. So that would be my motions, and that the 9 criteria have been met with 4 provisos.
And I'll second that, Ramiro Diaz.
Hopefully I can get this right. With regard to docket 030-21, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz, to grant the requested waiver, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, adopting the information as indicated by Commissioner James, and subject to 4 provisos. Roll call vote, Ty James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest. Yes, 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next item is BZA docket 03121 for the property at 4952 Desire Drive. This request is for a variance to permit the construction of a single-family residence with insufficient rear yard setback. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for denial, and we have no public comments for this item.
Questions or comments from board members? I'm not sure. I defer to the designers if this, it seems to be similar, but just wanted to confirm that this is similar to the previous request.
In fact, it's right across the street and opposite the rain garden I was talking about. So it's gonna have a nice view from the front porch.
So yes, Chairwoman, I would ask that some of my previous comments be reflected on this one as well. And in the same condition does exist on this one, on the Drew Avenue side of the property, same condition would be in effect. If you were to flip the plan, you're actually creating a further setback condition towards the rear yard. So I think this is, in my opinion, very similar to our previous docket item. So as much as I could capture the language from 030-21 would be my suggestion at this point.
Any other questions or comments from board members? And just to confirm, for clarity, Mr. Brooms, I just wanted to confirm that you're in agreement with the recommendation that Commissioner James is suggesting.
100%. Thank you.
Is there a motion?
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, with regards to docket number, BZA docket number 031-21, my motion would be to grant the variance for Article 13, Section 13.3A1, Table 13.2 for rear yard setback. And as I mentioned on the previous item, I believe that the last 4 criteria that were not met in the staff's report has been addressed with the previous commentary from docket number 030-21. And I would move for approval, stating that the 9 criteria have been met with 4 provisos, with that 4th proviso being the deed restriction applied to the Drew Street side of the property. Drew Avenue side of the property, excuse me.
And I'll second again, Ramiro.
Thank you. With regards to docket 031-21, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz, to grant the requested waiver, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, and adopting the commentary from BZA docket 030-21 in support of satisfaction of the 9 criteria, subject to 4 provisos. Roll call vote, Ty James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest. Yes, 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next item is item number 8, BZA docket 032-21 for the property at 4551 Montague Drive. This request is for variances to permit the construction of a single-family residence with insufficient front yard setback and insufficient rear yard setback. As a reminder to the board, the staff recommendation is for denial. There were no comments received for this item.
Any questions or comments from board members? Just a reminder, this item is a little different in that there's a rear yard setback as well as a front yard setback waiver request.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Just to add some additional notes of clarity, I think on this one, the reason why this one is so different, if we look at the condition, I think it's dealing with the front building edge is not parallel to Montague. So because of that, we see a different offset condition. You got 20'9" on one side, 18'7" noted on a different side. So I'm assuming, and maybe a question of staff, with the front yard condition, is this more in alignment with just kind of how the lot averages because of the curvature of the Montague Drive property line?
Yes, so the depth of the property is it's deeper on one side than it is on the other side. I believe, I forget which side of the street, but one side of the street has, I believe, a 100-foot yard setback. I mean, a 100-foot lot depth. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Miracle side.
And then it kind of, yeah, and it slants over shorter on the other side. So it's a irregular shaped lot. Is that what you were asking?
Yeah, and maybe just a quick question, either for staff or for the applicant. The property that's on the Stephen Girard Avenue side of it, how far away is the house from that edge? Do we know? Or is there anything on that side?
I'm sorry, when you say anything on that side?
Is there a structure to if I'm facing the property from Montague, is there anything on the right-hand side of that property, Stephen Girard Avenue side?
There is the driveway, but no, there is no additional structure.
On the next property?
Oh, I apologize. On the property adjacent, I don't know the answer to that.
Actually, all right, I am looking back. There's a house on that side. And the existing curb cut and driveway goes up against that property. All right, now I'm seeing it better from the aerial.
Yeah, I can't measure it with Google exactly, but it looks like they're kind of ragged on that edge. So they're,
yeah.
I don't know, like 4527 looks like it's out, maybe forward a little bit, but I don't know if it's more than 20 feet.
Right.
And
it follows the property line on Montague. So again, it's what line do you hold true to run parallel for the 20-foot? Because essentially whatever 20-foot setback, it's almost in an arc.
Yeah, well, the 45431, it looks like it's tighter on the south side. It's not exactly parallel. It's kind of.
And I think the other thing that we get as a benefit from this one, because the driveway and we're talking, and if we follow the same realm of putting the deed restriction, we now create a further distance between this property and the one to the right. So we're not dealing with like a typical 30-foot lot where we have 3-foot setbacks on the side yards, right? So the building edges aren't, you would see that true building edge if you look down the streetscape versus in this case, I don't know how you would really see where that 20-foot setback or build to line would be held true because of the curvature of the street. So I think that helps to back up the case on the front yard.
Yeah, and then, I mean, I just took the front yard on Montague Drive and copy and paste it. And that curvature, if I put it at 20 feet from that edge, that curvature hits precisely the top corner of the building by the driveway. So I don't think if you kind of think about it as a true 20-foot offset, you're probably not even having a front set issue.
Yeah. I don't think anybody wants to build a curved front elevation.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, is a motion in order?
Are there any other questions, comments from board members? Proceed.
Madam Chair, Todd James, would like to present a motion for BZA docket number 032-21, and would like to grant the variance for the two requested waivers. For Article 13, Section 13.3A1, Table 13.2 from front yard setback, and Article 13, Section 13.3A1, Table 13.2 for rear yard setback. While the staff only believes that 3 of the 9 criteria have been met, I do find that the 9 criteria actually has been met, and the 6 remaining items are addressed by the irregular lot conditions that we're dealing with this property. And the note of no objection from the applicant to create a deed restriction on the side yard condition helps to further mitigate what would be otherwise the harm that may be caused by encroachment into these 2 setback conditions, and understanding that the view shed along Montague Street is still protected, especially with the front yard setback. So with all of that being said, I believe the 9 criteria have been met and move for approval, but again, mention with the 4 noted provisos, the 4th being the deed restriction, and applying that deed restriction to, trying to make sure I get the street side correct, to the Stephen Girard Avenue side of the property.
And I'll second again, Romero. And
Thank
happy
you.
to. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. With regard to docket 032-21, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz, to grant the requested waivers for front yard setback and rear yard setback, finding that the 9 criteria have been met, adopting the commentary on this item today as support of satisfaction of the 9 criteria, subject to 4 provisos. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next item is item number 9, BZA docket 03321 for a property at 4910 Laurel Street. This request is for a variance to permit an addition to an existing single-family residence, resulting in insufficient rear yard setback. The staff recommendation is for denial. And I do believe we have public comments on this one. Sorry. Okay. In opposition to this application, Jason Wagasbach, 4868 Constance Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70115. I would respectfully ask BZA to follow the recommendations of the staff and deny the request. As noted by staff, the applicant has other options to build on the property that do not require a zoning variance that would infringe upon the neighbor's quality of life and enjoyment of their property. I'm also very concerned about the precedent this was set for future requests for variances and setbacks in the neighborhood. Next comment in opposition of this application, Caprice Miles, 4921 Annunciation Street. I live with my husband and 3 children at 4921 Annunciation Street, which is behind the applicant property of 4910 Laurel Street. The back corners of our properties touch. I'm opposing the applicant's variance request for 3 main reasons. Number 1, I believe the applicant has other options to build on the property that do not require a zoning variance, which infringes on the neighbor's quality of life and enjoyment of their property. Number 2, my family's quality of life, use, and enjoyment of our backyard and back portion of our house would be greatly negatively and permanently impacted if this variance were to be granted. Number 3, I believe this would set a bad precedent for future requests for variances of setbacks in the neighborhood. I ask that the board consider not just applicant circumstances, but those of all families that could be impacted by this decision and in the immediate and distant future. Thank you. Next comment in opposition, Martha J. Beveridge, 4916 Laurel Street. Zoning laws are designed for the comfort and safety of the neighborhoods and for the protection of the property values in a neighborhood. The variance, as well as as well over the ordinance requirements of 15 feet from the rear property line. Furthermore, if the variance were granted, there would be nothing to prevent the addition of a second story, which would impact the privacy of several neighbors. I'm also concerned about the current application because of the previous building project at the same address. Neighbors were not notified and able to object to the construction of the Cabana Pool House in 2014. It exceeds the required setback, and we want to know if the permit issued granted this variance, and if so, why? In opposition of this application, Sam Winston, 4917 Annunciation Street. I live with my wife and 2 children at 4917 Annunciation Street, which is behind the applicant's property of 4910 Laurel Street. The back corners of the properties touch. I'm opposing I believe I've already read this one. Okay. I'm opposing the applicant's variance for 3 main reasons. I believe that the applicant has other options to build on the property that do not require a zoning variance that goes a mere 3 feet back to the property line. Number 2, my family's quality of life, use and enjoyment of our backyard and a portion of our house will be greatly negatively and permanently impacted if the variance were to be granted. If the same was true for all of my neighbors on Upper Line Street behind the applicant's property, all of whom backyards and backs of houses that will be affected. I believe that this was number 3. I believe this will set a bad precedent for all future requests for variances of setbacks in the neighborhood. I ask the board to consider not just applicants' circumstances, but those of all the families that could be impacted by the decision in the immediate and distant future. Thank you. Would like to provide or request information regarding this application. Taylor Stone at 627 Cherokee Street, Suite 205, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70118, representing Marita Ridley Family LLC, owner 4913 Laurel Street. What is the intended use of the proposed addition on 4910 Laurel? Is it to add additional rental units? Oh gosh, what's happening? Okay, sorry about that. Let's see. Okay, would provide a request information regarding this application. Nina Simon, 4933 Laurel. Not totally clear on what the applicant is requesting. If his addition will exceed the allotted space, is that okay to be done? Will that affect neighboring property? Not sure. And that's the end of the comments for this item. And there was opposition, so the applicant has 5 minutes to rebut.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I'm the architect, but the homeowner is having trouble.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
There he is. Antoine?
Yes, yes, go ahead.
Okay. I heard, I think, everything except for the address of the last person in opposition. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, you can go ahead with your comments, sir.
The person, I'm sorry, the last person that was in opposition, I didn't get a chance. I got cut off somehow, and I didn't get the name or address.
The name is Nina Simon, 4933 Laurel.
4933 Laurel. Okay. For all the properties that oppose, none of those actually truly my property backs up against. The only one that my property truly backs up against is the property at Upper Line Street. I don't know the exact address, but it was in the staff report. The gentleman that complained that argued that my house he shares the corner of our lot is true, but that is where the cabana is already built on that corner portion. And so it's actually, the proposed addition is on the opposite side of the lot. So the addition that I'm proposing would not back up to his property. In fact, the property located on Upper Line Street has a similar structure that is that's to the cabana that I have that backs up within 5 feet of my property as well. As far as when we built the cabana, I can assure you that we went through all the steps, and I used the same architect that was just on here a minute ago to make sure that we did everything legit. I did not try to cut corners. I did not try to sneak around any laws or ordinances that are in place. I'm a property developer, and it's important to me that I do what's right. And in this case, this is a true hardship that I am facing. The property that I live in, it was mentioned that it could best, my situation in interrogatory number 7 could best be, and most practically be ameliorated by expanding the amount of habitable space within the dwelling. When that's truly not possible. We have no office space. We have no playroom for the kids. We do not have a guest room. It's a 3-bedroom shotgun house with a hall that leads to the kitchen and living area. We don't even have a dining room. The front door entrance to our house was already converted into a bedroom and bath sometime before I purchased the house in 2006. You know, this is my family home. I intended for it, you know, when I built the pool and the pool house, I intended for it to be an investment property. And as I stated before, I met the love of my life. And from then we decided to have children, and we have 3. And currently those 3 kids are residing in our bedroom. And this is a true hardship. And as stated in the staff report, there truly is no impact from the street, which I believe is one of the most important things, because my only other alternative is to fill in the pool and then build the structure on the side. Well, then in that situation, then I wouldn't be meeting number 5 of the criteria, which I feel is the most important. It would change the essential character of the locality. Like I said, once again, which I feel is just the most important criteria for getting this variance passed. I don't want to change the integrity. I don't want to change the character of the neighborhood. And by putting it back there, it's no one's going to see it. The only person that would see it would be the person that lives at the Upper Line address, and there was no opposition from her. I mean, we have someone on Constance that's in opposition, and I mean, they can't even see my house, even the front of my house from where they live. And the folks on Annunciation, there's only one corner. I think you maybe did read one opposition twice, because there's only one person on that corner. And then as far as my next door neighbor, Martha Beveridge, she wouldn't even be able to see it, even though she's my next door neighbor, because the cabana that's in place would block the view from that. And in this situation, the way that we're building this, it's not going to impede on anybody's natural light or view at all.
Mr. Specs, I'm sorry, you've reached the end of your time.
Okay.
I have a
Just a
question.
couple of, oh, you can go ahead, Mr. Rufo.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just have a question for the applicant. Did you consider building a second floor?
Well, with I did, but with 7 kids, we would have to vacate the premises in order to do that. And I have nowhere to go, and it would be a financial expense that I would not be able to endure. I did consider that, but given the expense of it and the fact that I would have to relocate my entire family, which would be 9 of us, and 2 dogs and a cat, I wouldn't be able to do it.
So just a couple of questions, and that was one of the questions that I had, and kind of similar to comments that Commissioner Diaz mentioned earlier, that there are situations where there are reasonable alternatives. It's difficult to make the argument of a hardship. And in terms of our interpretation of hardship, we cannot consider the financial impact of it. So that's kind of one issue that's seeming to come up multiple ways with the reasonable alternative locations on how this could be done. I know you had mentioned in your comments earlier the distinction between the pool that was previously built, and I believe the staff mentioned the pool just because it's built in an area where this extension could have been placed. So, but for the pool being there, there was the ability for this extension to go there. So it's not a consideration that it could have been predetermined. It's just the suggestion that there was an option, but for the pool being there. And then the last point, I believe you had also in your comments made reference to your mother, and I think Commissioner James mentioned the reasonable accommodations. And I wasn't sure if you were bringing this up as a request to say that you were making this request because of your mother's condition. So I was just trying to understand, because if that's the case, then this that's not an appropriate response for a waiver request, but that would be if you were making a request for reasonable accommodations.
For my mother in the future, yes, as she's getting older. And the biggest point is, I need to wait for my kids to get a little bit older themselves so that, that they can understand that there is someone with a mental disability, my mom, that would eventually be staying with us so that I could take care of her and her needs and the final part of her life.
And so again, that's why it's not it's not that you can put both items on the table. It's sort of an either or. So either you wish to make a reasonable accommodation request, in which those are done in a way, particularly because of the nature of the request. It's all of that information would not come before us as the board unless there's some type of appeal of the request. So either you're making a reasonable accommodation request or it's a waiver request, but disabilities is not one of the items considered for a waiver request.
What I'm requesting for back there is actually bedrooms for my children. Right now.
But that was my understanding, and that's why I said that. But like I said, when Commissioner James flagged it, because you did make mention of it, that's why I'm just trying to get clear. And you mentioned a lot in your statements, and so I'm just trying to be clear on what it is that you're requesting, because if you're bringing up items that are not properly part of this discussion, I just need to make that clear. But once you've stated, someone's condition, that's part of a reasonable accommodation request. If you're not making a reasonable accommodation request, then that's not one of the items that we would consider as part of this discussion for a waiver request. So I just wanted to make that clear.
Yes, what I'm asking for in this variance is to be able to give it's 2 bedrooms for my children. Like I said, with having 3 kids, I have a a 6-month-old, I have a 1-year-old, and my son just made 3 this past weekend. I have a 3-year-old, and they're all sleeping in the bedroom with my wife and I. And as you can imagine, it is a hardship for us. It truly is. Space. We need these. We truly need these 2 bedrooms for our children to end this hardship. It is hard. We have lack of space, and we have a family of 9 in a 3-bedroom.
Just to clarify, what we mean by hardship is in relation to the zoning of the property itself, and not these sort of understandable challenges you have with the family. But that is not what we look at for hardships. But let me.
I understand. I think I understand.
Yeah.
And I guess what my hardship is that I have nowhere else to build, even in the staff report.
But let me clarify that, because I totally disagree. I'm trying to. Yeah, I respect your challenges with the size of your household and all that stuff. But when I look at a double lot in Uptown, it's a double lot. I know you've got a pool there, but that means that you have a place that you could build within the zoning. You also can go to a 2nd story, which I know that is it's difficult for you to do that because of family concerns, but that is not a hardship that we can, as a board, can take into account, because we see 2 different options for building on this site that are within the zoning requirements. And so it's a challenge for us to meet the 9 criteria to make that argument for you, because we can see that there are options on the site. They may not be desirable options, but they are options that are on the table. And as I said, it's a double lot. So
from my understanding,
that you can build on that at a single story, if that is what you're looking to do. So I don't know where else we can go with this. I'd love to make a motion at some point here.
Well, even in the criteria of the city planner, in the first one, he states that it is a true fact that the only space available to develop is to add on to the rear of the building that we live in.
That is correct. I'm agree with what the staff says there, but let's also keep into account, you still have an allowable rear build to area. So yes, you could add square footage in the rear of the home. I could easily see where the plan could be modified and you're not impacted on your existing structure right now, because you could still technically go above without impacting the front livable space while you're going vertical, and build all your vertical circulation in that rear area in order to get to that point. My bigger concern with this is, and this is why this is very different from the earlier projects that we looked at, and we created the setback conditions and even put the deed restriction. You've already maxed out the ability to build out to certain sidelines. And even if we were to attempt to put a deed restriction to allow you to do something in the rear yard, you still have a legal right to build to those other areas because you've already built to them. So it's kind of more of a need base. And much to Commissioner Diaz's point, you have an ability to still add on to the property realistically without creating a further detriment on here. So and I think another part that I want to at least respond to, while some of your neighbors, they may not be directly adjoining to your property, I want to make sure it's clear that whenever we get into waivers and variance conversations, that if we were to grant you the ability to do something without any real strict way to limit further development on a property, we create a precedent in your neighborhood, which could then be applied for someone that may live next door to some of the people that still spoke against you on this project. So while they may not be directly impacted by you, the actions of this board can create a further hardship within the area that may have a detrimental condition to your neighbors, whether they're directly adjoining to you or not. They're still your neighbors within that district. And particularly, apparently they were contacted because of the radius for notification. So.
And I would totally agree with that. Had the lady, Miss Karen, who lives directly behind us at the upper line address, you know, would have been concerned. But the way that this property is situated, no one's going to be able to see it. It really, truly isn't going to affect anyone. They will not be able to see it. It's, you know, I mean, I would be willing, you know, I mean,
I think the point that Commissioner James is mentioning, it's not about the visibility by the surrounding neighbors. It's the precedent that would be set by allowing this type of extension.
But from what my understanding was, is that there already is a big percentage of people that have already been able to build back and get variances to similar to what I am requesting.
Correct. But, and I appreciate your point, Mr. Sachs, but I want to come back to Commissioner Diaz's point. When you have a double lot, you have a luxury to some extent with your property in order to expand as you're seeing fit. I mean, when we get into lots of this size, there's so many different options. And I think if I understood correctly from your presentation, you put the pool in yourself, correct?
I did. And that was
all right, I got you. So just hear me out.
Okay.
Because of that condition, you built a condition within your property that limited where you could have potentially built out. So that's where it really gets into the harder situation for us to really support and push to go a certain way, especially with that type of condition being set. So
hey, really during that time, like I mentioned, I was like really going through a tumultuous breakup.
But we can't, that's not, here's the thing, your personal relationship doesn't have any jurisdiction on what we have to do.
I understand that, but I was prefacing it and trying to address your point was that when I built the pool in 2013, I definitely didn't think that I was going to have 6 more people living with me. I mean, to foresee the fact that I was going to have 3 more children and meet somebody with 2 children, combine our families for a total of 7 children.
And I understand your point. Look, just Mr. Sachs, and look, nobody is expecting for you to be the fortune teller in this situation, right? We have to still stay within the limits and confines of the CZO and see what we really have. Look, you've heard, if you've been listening to us through the course of the meeting, we try to be extremely creative with everyone that comes in front of us. But when we get into conditions like this, this really creates too many other conditions that makes it really hard for us to get to that finish line, especially when there's other conditions on the site that do provide you with the opportunity to make these, to make adjustments that work. Here's another thing. Again, when we create these type of additions, we're now decreasing the permeability of your site even further. I know you have your pool, but as it's shown in the plan, it's paved quite a bit around the pool, and I know it's within your allowable build area. But it's just creating further and further detriment to the site that actually does impact your neighbors further. So that's one of the bigger issues that I'm concerned about, that I think really helps to address more criteria 9. And when we get into the financial side of it, that's something that we can't really just justify in terms of where we are at this point.
From what I understand, though, my architect was able to demonstrate that we have an acceptable amount of permeable space, and at the same time, I could also pull up a good portion of the pavers.
But we can't restrict you from building in that area. That's my problem.
Building, yeah, I mean, well, essentially, I've restricted my own self by putting in the pool without having, obviously, the foresight that I would be sharing a room with my wife and 3 other kids. I didn't have the foresight for that. And that's why I've come here and asked for this variance. And I do believe that this is such a low impact and the most minimal impact it could have. As a matter of fact, putting a second story would probably, which would be within my rights, and I could do it. I think would have a bigger impact on my neighbor behind me.
Yeah, so just to
than-
kind of
than
help
just
bring
doing
this
a-
to a close, Mr. Sachs, because I don't want us to keep going in a circle. I appreciate your comment, and I'm gonna just say something. One last final thing, and it's not really it's not a question. I'm just gonna just kind of close it on this point. Your acknowledgement of putting the pool there actually only furthers your inability to come in compliance with criteria number 3, that this is created by the property owner, and it's not the previous property owner, it's you. You did create this condition in which you're now forcing it to come into the required rear yard. So just on that one alone, we still can't fulfill all 9 criteria. We'll still get to this last one that we still couldn't even address, even if we were to try to address the 2 other ones that staff felt were not met.
And I understand that, and I understand y'all also have the ability, even though all 9 criteria, and I think are not met, to understand the situation and still potentially pass this and see this as really a true hardship.
So Todd, can I make a recommendation that we I would love to offer a deferral here and give you time to look at these plans again with your architect and see if there's a way to come into compliance and find another design alternative here, because otherwise it's not going to go that way, in my opinion. So, because I would be moving to deny otherwise.
Yeah, and I concur with Commissioner Diaz.
That's a question to you. If you'd like to defer it for 30 days or 60 days.
60. I would push for 60, knowing that this requires a plan revision.
Yeah.
That's a question to you, Mr. Sachs. Commissioner Diaz was asking if you would agree to a 60-day deferral to allow time for you and your architect to review the plans to see if there's any way to have the plans come into compliance.
Yeah, sure. Yes, ma'am.
Are there any other questions from the board members? If not, is there a motion?
Sorry, I gotta find which one we're on here. In regards to docket 3321, I move to defer for 60 days to give the applicant time to review the plans and see if they can come into compliance with their architect.
Todd James, second.
With regard to BZA docket 033-21, it's been moved by Commissioner Diaz, second by Commissioner James, to defer the matter 60 days to allow the applicant time to revise plans to come into compliance. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Matthew Rufo.
Yes.
And Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next item is item number 10, BZA docket 03421 for property at 4433 Turo Street. This request is for a variance to permit an addition to an existing single-family resident, resulting in insufficient rear yard setback. The staff recommendation is for denial. There were no public comments received for this item, therefore no need for rebuttal.
Any questions from board members?
I think I had, in the earlier portion of the meeting, I had asked the applicant if they were amenable to the deed restriction, much similar to what we talked about in some of the earlier cases. This is a little different from the one we just saw, because we're not necessarily dealing with that much of a further encroachment into the required rear yard. There's still a rear yard that's being preserved in this project. But by creating that setback on the side yard, like we discussed, that would prevent any further encroachment on this project. And I think there was some mention in the staff's report that I want to say, was this the one that had almost 50/50 conditions in this area in terms of some of the rear yards? Joseph, if you're still on.
Could you just elaborate on the question so I can understand?
Sorry, and we've been through so many, I'm trying to unjumble what's in my head on some of the documents. I believe that in one of your criteria response, of course, it's not pulling up for me. What was it? Let's see. I'm trying to look through right now. I'm going through that table that you had, table 3, but I think it was somewhere else in the document.
If you could rephrase the question, maybe I can help.
No, and that's why look, I'm just trying to play catch up at this point right now, getting back on this one because the last one did kind of go a little bit longer. Well, I think you did mention the overall aggregate requirements on this one, so I'm gonna just come back and change the question I have for you. You mentioned earlier this was a total. There was an aggregate side yard requirement on this one, and you were saying that in both conditions they exceed the setback requirements.
Right. So let me just double check. I do recall that I don't remember the nature of the aggregate being discussed, but I do recall that that we did.
It was a percentage. It was a percentage of the lot width.
Right. It was 10% of the lot width. There's no side yard aggregates in this.
Okay. And if I remember correctly, the applicant wasn't opposed to the deed restriction on the side yard, particular to where the driveway was located. And just to confirm with the applicant, do you still concur with that?
Yes.
Yes.
Could you repeat?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Todd, how does that, I'm trying to understand myself how that works in this case, right? Is it a percentage of the addition that's outside of the zoning envelope? You can't build like, so it'd be whatever the 5 feet or.
The remaining distance into the side yard, she would no longer be able to encroach inside of it.
Okay.
I think the other thing on this lot I was looking at was the parking stall. I think she mentioned earlier that she already had the parking stall inside that side yard, so she was going to want to protect that anyway. Yeah. So it doesn't really.
I think my only question about this one, Todd, is the depth of the backyard versus the depth of the addition, and how it's 18 feet of addition versus, I mean, it could have been 15 feet of addition or
right.
Of addition.
It looks like it would only been 7 feet of addition.
Well, no, I thought it was 17. Oh, what's the difference?
Wait.
Sorry, it's a 10 setback, 17 feet. Yeah, it's just kind of adding on 18 feet, which is, you could add 10 feet and it would be fine, right? Close to fine. If you could add 13 feet or 14, I mean, I don't know where to, that line is kind of arbitrary, right? It's sort of, you can put whatever you want in that space. It's 1 bedroom or 2 bedrooms, or, I mean, I don't know how you decide what's the right distance to add on.
Whole 2.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
It's just, I'm having a quandary there in my head as I look at this.
The only other thing I'll just mention to the applicant, just check your, it looks like it was a sketch that was provided. I would have someone still look at your plans a little bit further, because just some of the roof lines that I'm seeing on here that was proposed, Not sure how that condition gets truly built. So just look at some of this from some constructability standpoints.
Okay.
I guess, and so Commissioner Diaz, back to your question. I think the only thing that's just different to me is, once again, when we get into these questions, all right, how do you further it? You're right. When does it get to that point of, okay, when is too much? When is there too much encroachment into the rear yard? But again, we do have the ability here, because there isn't a primary structure or something else built inside of the required built area that gives a detrimental reliance or non-conforming condition for them to build to. So like if we were dealing like an addition in the, like, I think, is that a carport? What's the purple structure? A question to the applicant.
It's a small shed
Okay.
that it will be coming down though.
So that's coming out?
Yeah, that's gonna come out.
So when it's all right, so I didn't even realize that part. So it's actually increasing the permeability if she was to remove that, and actually that prevents further encroachment. I'm just looking at it from a permeability standpoint and just limiting what they have in front of them. I know that in this case, they could easily look at building up, but if we could still protect that permeability on site, that's why I'm just starting to drive myself more to, I've been around you too much, Commissioner Diaz. Looking at permeability requirements on projects.
I'm muted. Yeah, as I look at the map and look at the neighbors and where they're building to on their buildings as well. So that makes me feel better about it. So, I think I'm with you.
All right.
I think you can maybe find a better arrangement of rooms in that space. I'm playing architect, but it's understandable now. I get it. And as Todd said, the roof, as drawn in the plan, you might want to look at that a little more closely with an architect.
Yeah.
All right. I'm clear, Todd.
Cool.
Are there any other questions or comments from board members? If not, is there a motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I, Todd James, would like to make a motion for BZA docket 034-21. I'd like to grant the variance request and the request for waiver of Article 13, Section 13.381, Table 13.2. While the staff finds that 4 of the criteria have not been met, I think through further conversation and understanding of the intended development of the property and the applicant's note of no objection to a deed restriction on the side yard. I'm assuming that is what is the side street on it? And Joseph, what's that side street? Sorry.
Stephen Gerard again?
Stephen Gerard again, man. Starting to see a theme here. That we hold a deed restriction on the Stephen Gerard side of the property, that once this addition has been provided, that the applicant will no longer encroach into the allowable build area along that side of the property. So that's my motion with 4 provisos. Note that all 9 criteria have been met.
And I'll second Ramiro.
With regard to docket 034-21, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz to grant the requested waiver, finding that the 9 criteria have been met and adopting the commentary from today's meeting in support of satisfaction of the 9 criteria and subject to 4 provisos. Roll call vote, Todd James.
Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
Matthew Rufo,
Yes.
and Candace Forrest, yes. 7 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
The next item is item number 11, BZA docket 03521 for a property at 11 Swallow Street. This request is for variances to permit the construction of a swimming pool in the corner side yard. The staff recommendation is for approval, subject to 3 provisos. We do have a number of comments. The first comment is in support of the application, Guy Williams, 34 Swallow Street. We live at number 30 Swallow Street. We support our neighbor's application to build a side pool. We feel that this will save a valuable oak tree without adversely affecting the streetscape. Next comment in support of the application, Claudine Christensen, 37 Gold Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70124. Please allow the owners of 11 Swallow to move forward with their pool plans. They are lovely neighbors and deserve the right to enjoy their property to the fullest extent. Next comment in support of the application, Aaron Donnelly, 41 Wren Street. Please vote in favor of placing the pool on the street side in order to preserve the live oak tree. Thanks. Next comment in support of the application, Adrian Pounds, 41 Gret Street, none. Next comment in support of this application, Megan Colasino, 22 Plover Street, New Orleans, Arnola 70124. Yes, let's save the tree. Next comment in support of the application, Adrian Brennan, 26 Walber Street. I am in support of giving the variances needed for the pool at 11 Swallow Street. Next comment in support of the application, Petra Gus, 33 Hawk Street. Lake Vista is a beautiful community that thrives on its beautiful trees. I appreciate this applicant by keeping the beautiful tree and finding a solution that is reasonable. I vote yes. In support of this application, Kate and Thomas Lala, 16 Turn Street. We fully support the Barris family in their desire and efforts to put a pool on their property. Next comment in support of this application, Robin Goldsmith, 30 Hernan. I've been a resident of Lake Vista for 40 years. I welcome young families in keeping our neighborhood beautiful and updated. Let's do this. Next comment in support of the application, Russell Hendrick, 70 Hawk Street. I approve the zoning variance for 11 Swallow Street. Next comment in support of the application, Lauren Fisher, 60 Dove Street. I am in support of the Barros' family putting a pool in the corner side yard. Since it is in the street side, there will be no damage to the oak tree that is on the other side if they can do this. Next comment is in support of the application, Stephen and Jessica Davidson, 3 Flamingo Street. We fully support this family's request for a variance to put in a pool. Next comment in support of this application, Yvonne McCullough, 66 Flamingo Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70124. As a lifelong resident of Lake Vista, I am in support of the homeowners at 11 Swallow getting a variance for their pool. Next comment in support of the application, Ashley Norton, 34 Walber Street, representing the Barsis family. I support the homeowners at 11 Swallow Street, NOLA, getting the variances needed to put in a pool. Thanks. Next comment in support of the application, Christine Bordas, 20 Bluebird Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70124. I would like to support our neighbors, the Barrises, in requesting the variance to allow them to build a pool for the family neighbors to enjoy without compromising the beauty of the 100-year-old oak tree that stands in their backyard. The oak trees are an integral part of our neighborhood as well as our city. The goal for all of us as neighbors should always be to work together to find a solution that satisfies everyone. In this case, I can't see any reason why allowing them to build a pool in their side yard would negatively impact anyone in the neighborhood adversely. Forcing them to cut down such a beautiful tree would be unfortunate for all of us. Having another beautiful yard where kids can play and swim and neighbors can gather almost always has a positive impact on our community, especially if it can be done under one of our city's beautiful oak trees. Next comment, in support of the application, Charles Blanchard, 26 Flamingo Street. I approve the pool as planned. Next comment, in support of the application, Roberta Stewart, 15 Flamingo Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70124. I support the variance request. Next comment, in support of the application, Susan Coco, 18 Flamingo Street. I am in support of 11 Swallow getting their pool. Thanks. Next comment, in support of this application, Teresa Trulio, 3 J Street, NOLA 70124. I have seen the setup of this yard and I believe that a pool where they are proposing is appropriate. I do not think that it would be a problem for the neighborhood at all. Thank you for considering the homeowner's request. Next comment, in support of this application, Elizabeth Kraft, 47 Snipe Street. As a resident of Lake Vista and an architect, I support the application of 11 Swallow to construct a pool in the side yard, which is bounded by Swallow Street. It would be one of several houses on Swallow Street with pools along the street side, the rear yard for most houses in Lake Vista. Thus, this would not detract from the street. Of utmost importance in Lake Vista, it is the preservation of the front yard lane side, of which the proposed pool does not infringe upon. Nor does the pool affect the large oak tree, another valuable asset to Lake Vista. This variance application is sound and justified. Next comment is in support of the application. Francis Casio, 36 Flamingo Street, support to avoid tree. Next comment in support of this application, Kimberly Dominique's, 107 Lark Street, NOLA 70124. I believe that it is only fair to give this family an option as to where they can put their pool. The option that they are proposing seems to be the only one that they have been given. People make huge financial sacrifices to live in this wonderful community. I believe it's only fair to give them their requests by being open-minded and creative. In support of this application, Wade Grudgemeyer, 31 Flamingo Street, please allow. Next comment, in support of the application, Angela Grudgemeyer, 31 Flamingo Street. I support the variance at 11 Swallow, Lake Vista. Next comment, in support of the application, Jimmy McCullough, 66 Flamingo Street. Lake Vista is a great neighborhood. The pool would be a good addition to the neighborhood. It would bring plenty of enjoyment for this family and their friends, which would be a benefit to our neighborhood. Next comment, in support of the application, Gia Blanchard, 26 Flamingo Street, no comment. Next comment is in support of the application, Kelly and James Brown, 14 Swallow Street. We live directly across the street from 11 Swallow Street and are writing in strong support of the Barris's family's application. We are in complete agreement with the findings of the staff that the application meets all 9 criteria of the standards for variance to the CZO, and we hope that the board concurs. We have lived in the neighborhood across from this property for 22 years and love the unique design of the green space that Lake Vista offers. We believe that the design submitted in this application is in keeping with many pools in their locations along the street and throughout the neighborhood. We are happy to have the Barrises and have found we are happy the Barrises have found a way to accommodate the pool and fencing on such a challenging lot. We are also very happy that their plans include the protection of the century-old oak that is situated on a very prominent space. We also thank the BZA staff for this thorough and thoughtful report. Sincerely, Kelly and James Brown, 14 Swallow Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70124. Next comment is in support of the application, Keith Raymond, 43 Walber Street. representing Michelle Raymond. As a close neighbor of the referenced address, we are in full support of the pool being placed in the side yard. Placing the pool in the side yard would preserve the beautiful oak tree currently in the backyard, which is appreciated by nearly all residents in the area. After this comment, Emily, would you be able to read? In support of this application, Rachel Forstall, 36 Thrasher at. I have no objections to the owner of 11 Swallow putting their pool in the side yard in order to prevent removing the oak tree. If they're not able to, then they should be able to remove the oak tree, which resides on the property, in order to put the pool in the yard that would adhere to the LMA restrictions for Lake Vista. Are you able to read, Emily? Oh, there you are.
Yeah. Fixing my screen. All right. The next comment in support of the application comes from Armand Bourdet at 50 Bluebird Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70124, in support of saving their oak tree by placing a pool in the side yard. The next comment in support of the application comes from Rosemary Rodriguez, 106 Lark Street, New Orleans, LA. This addition has no negative impact on neighbors. The Barrios family has gone out of their way to make sure that all neighbors are okay with said changes to the home. We thank them for including us in their decision. The next comment in support of the application comes from Jennifer Juendo at 115 North Run Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70124. I'm in complete support of the Barrios family getting the pool variance that they are requesting. The next comment in support of the application from Jim McCormick, 1111 Robert E. Lee Boulevard. Barrios family are great community members of our neighborhood. I completely support granting them permission to build their pool. Please do so. The next comment is in opposition to the application from Dean Bickerton, 12 Warbler Street, New Orleans, LA, 70124. As the adjacent landowner sharing a common line with 11 Swallow, I'm strongly opposed to the 11 Swallow plans, which include a 5-foot tall, 81-foot long solid wood privacy fence along the common property line. Please see the fence details in the variance application. Privacy fences are strictly prohibited in Lake Vista. Our building restrictions require that all fences be of substantial open work construction. The CZO defines an open fence, a fence that is constructed so that the surface area of any segment of the fence is at least 50% open. Because the solid wood privacy fence does not meet the 50% open requirement, the BZA should deny the application. Procedurally, a separate variance should have been sought for the proposed non-conforming wood privacy fence. Second, the proposed wood privacy fence will create a public safety hazard to all persons traveling on Warbler Street. Currently, there is no fence between my property and 11 Swallow. My driveway runs parallel to the common interior lot line about 1 foot away. A solid wood fence will completely block the driver's view of pedestrians, bicyclists, and vehicles each time anyone backs out of my driveway. We will not be able to see approaching walkers, children on bicycles, or vehicular traffic until our vehicle is already in their path. With both a church and elementary school at the end of our block, we have significant pedestrian and vehicular traffic daily. For public safety reasons, a solid wood fence should not be permitted. Further, any fence should be set back from the interior lot line to provide necessary sight lines toward approaching pedestrians and vehicles. Finally, the plans will create congestion on the Swallow property. The next comment comes from Charlotte Bickerton at 12 Warbler Street, New Orleans, LA 70124. I live at 12 Warbler Street and my property shares a common lot line with 11 Swallow. I strongly oppose the 11 Swallow variance. Lake Vista was designed to provide a unique open park-like setting for all homeowners. Many neighbors do not have fences, and any fences that are erected are required to be open fences. Avoiding congestion is another important part of the Lake Vista design aesthetic, especially on a corner lot. If the pool and fence are allowed, the 11 Swallow property will have virtually no open space left. Currently, a large trampoline sits in the 11 Swallow required front yard. Until April 12, 2021, The homeowners kept 2 large fishing boats and trailers greater than 25 feet long and 14 feet tall in the required interior side yard and rear yard in full view of both Warbler and Swallow Streets and in violation of CZO Article 22.14. They have not indicated if they will move the boats back onto the property after today's hearing. Adding a new pool plus 300 linear feet of 5 feet high fencing, all of which will be visible from the public rights of way, will render the property crowded at every point. The pool variance should be granted only with a commitment from the homeowners to 1, not store their boats and trailers on the property, 2, use open fencing on all parts of their fence, 3, set back the fence from the interior lot line to allow for adequate sight lines from my driveway to see approaching pedestrians and vehicles, and 4, move the trampoline into the fenced area. Please help us keep Lake Vista beautiful and open for everyone by denying the variance as submitted. The next comment comes from Julian Baudier at 41 Oriole Street. While I am sympathetic to the Barrios family, I am more concerned about the indiscriminate uses of variances in the Lake Vista neighborhood. I feel that the swimming pool can be built, but not in that place and not in the scale that is in the submitted plans. Has anyone considered building a smaller pool that would fit on their lot? That is the end of the comments for that item.
Thank you, Emily. So since there was opposition, the applicant has an opportunity to rebut. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. We appreciate the support that we received today from our Lake Vista neighbors, and we respect those with differing views. We are glad there is a process such as this that reviews all applications on a case-by-case basis. As stated by your staff, we have met all 9 standards for our variances. We believe that our case is exactly what variances were created for. We are an irregular shaped lot with a century-old live oak, and we're asking for a right that all of our neighbors are given. We appreciate your time and your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify. I know some other commissioners may have questions, but just wanted to make sure it was clear because I know a couple of the opposition comments referenced some items that aren't before us. So I just wanted to clarify that. The subject of this request is just related to the swimming pool distance from the lot line, as well as the variance for permitted encroachments into required yards. So there's not a request related to the fence before us. And I'm not sure if that just meant that it was compliant, but I just wanted to make it clear that that wasn't before us today. So our comments are related to the requests that are before us.
Yeah, this is staff. We weren't given any plans with fencing. We weren't given, it was just for the pool in front of us.
Got it. Thank you. Any questions or comments from board members?
I mean, yeah, that's my direct first question is about how fences and setbacks work in Lake Vista. I know it's a unique neighborhood and it's a little different. I mean, the sidewalks are super narrow. It seems like there's pretty healthy setbacks on fences down the street. When I look at like 25 Swallow, it's set back pretty far. I can't tell from these drawings where the property line is relative to the street. Unless somebody directs me to it, I'm not seeing dimensioned plan, the sidewalk and the property line and the setback. And then, so there's those questions. So that's my first concern. And then secondly, the issue of the driveway is showing as existing, but what's in the plan that's on, well, it's called page 12 here, but I don't know what page it is. I guess it's let's put page 12. Page 12, the sidewalk that showed as existing looks different than what's in the photos I'm looking at online. So I'm just kind of curious. There's issues with that and the fence and how that all works that I'm looking at because of the pool itself and how far that is relative to the fence. So I'm just curious what staff's procedure is for looking at the fence, the driveway, how that relates to the tree, and then the pool, because they're all kind of related in this, for me at least.
Yeah, and so this is one of the I think the changes. So because this was for like a pool, or like now that things are accessory structures, we no longer ask for full plans showing everything on the site like what we used to do. And so I know now that a lot of that is left up to safety and permits. So this came through to us from safety and permits. They've just applied to do just the pool. They're just requesting the pool. So safety and permits notified us they need a variance. It wasn't like a full site review. We're not reviewing anything else on the property, just the pool that was submitted to us.
Yeah, and I'm assuming Commissioner Diaz, whenever they go through that plan review process, I'm sure they're going to be required to provide further documentation at that point before the permit could get issued. So I guess it's really just establishing what's their proposed critical line, if I'm looking at this packet correctly. So with them asking for the setback line to be at that 4 foot from the property line, I think that just helps to establish where they would have as a build to, in the pool would just fill in from there. Just trying to figure out how to look at it proactively, because I do agree. I mean, there's some plans that are not here that I would prefer to see, but I think what they're provided documentation wise really helps to substantiate what they're proposing to do.
And I guess my concern is when you look at the the character of this neighborhood and those streets and where that pool falls, if it was just the pool and there was no fence, that build to line seems in alignment with what's further down. But the minute you put the fence out there 4 feet closer to the street, I understand. I'm reacting to the neighbors' concerns, right? I was, first I'm like, yeah, tree, so let's save the 80-year-old tree, 90-year-old tree. How old? It's not 100 years. But that tree that's quite old and quite substantial, I want to preserve it, right? So then I start looking at the tree and I start looking at the parking pad, which exists on top of the, under the canopy of the tree, on top of the roots of the tree. If that's going to get modified as well, and part of the justification for putting the pool where it is because of the tree, just start to ask a lot of questions that maybe they're not before us, but
and I guess that was my I'm looking at it in the opposite, and maybe it's the designer in me that I was just thinking strictly and just being strictly tied to what the request was. And so I was not looking at these other items because we didn't have that information in front of us. I felt like I was starting to speculate as I got to those other issues and just tried to keep it to what the request was actually for. Not saying yay or nay on the other items. I just didn't think I had enough information to really speak on any of these other items because it wasn't the nature of the request.
Right. And to that point, I think the reason why I bring it up is because when I look at the pool and how much clearance you need around a pool, it then starts to push your kind of, how much of an impact that side yard has on the street, because that really is effectively the front facade. I mean, I know it's technically not the front facade, but when you drive down the street in Google, that is pretty much the primary, elevation that people see of the building. The front yard, the front of the house is actually that little alley that's on the I guess look at the map which direction I am, the west side of the house, if that north arrow is correct. That's really the front of the house. So this side yard condition in uptown New Orleans would actually be a much more, we'd be looking at it much harder. I mean, I think we had a case like this not too long ago uptown where we denied a pool in the front yard because it was because of the fence and because of the pool and where it was site. So that's why I'm looking at it more critically. So, and I recognize there's not enough information really to judge that. Thinking about it through. Now, if it was just the pool and the pool by itself and there was no fence in the future, I can understand, but then I'm totally responding to the neighbors here and their concern and where that final construction is going to be, which will have a really big impact on the street. That fence is going to be much more of an impact than the pool is.
So, and I appreciate where you're coming from, Commissioner. One thing I still will point out, I know that when we're dealing with that type of condition, opaque versus semi-opaque fences, in terms of the CZO, we really get into that transparency requirement when we get into the view triangle at the corner. And what they're showing right now is nowhere near the actual corner of the property. So the tree actually, because of the tree canopy and that condition at that point of West Swallow meets Warbler, the site triangle is still protected in that corner. So I think the only point of visibility really gets into visibility into their side yard, right? As opposed to line of sight for oncoming traffic, because that walkway does extend to an extreme point at Warbler Street. So that's the only thing. I respect where you're coming from on it. Just something I would strongly direct your attention to and to direct your eye to here in terms of where those lines of sight really should be protected. But again, they haven't asked for a waiver of any of the fence requirements. It's strictly about the placement of the pool. And that's really the two things we're looking at this point. And I think, keep in mind what we did look at a couple months ago was, I think, a zoning interpretation appeal of where the pools can go in this neighborhood. So that's almost a very similar case to what we're dealing with on this one. And I think that was something, I don't even remember if it came back for waivers or not, but that was a very similar instance here where we do talk about what was historically intended to be the development of the area versus what is actually now being the precedent set in this area. And I mean, I frequent this area quite a bit. I know that there's a home that was just recently built along Robert E. Lee that has a extremely similar condition to what's being proposed here. And it was not brought in front of us. And it's actually right there as you're going towards St. Pius. So exact same condition. She's asking for the same thing that a lot of other people do have in their neighborhood. And I think the staff report concurs with that in terms of what has become the standard of development in this neighborhood. It's an awkward situation. And I think even at that time when we dealt with the appeal, I strongly suggested that they lobby the council person in terms of amending some of the language in this district, because it does not really come into compliance in terms of what is largely in part been a development pattern in this area. And I think the point of opposition was totally against a fence. That's something that we're not even talking about. It's really strictly about the pool and its placement. Yeah.
Right. And I'm actually like, I don't have a problem with the pool. I really go back to that.
Yeah.
Like I understand the zoning thing here. It's just the fence. Who judges? In the future, the fence is going to happen, and I understand. I'm reacting to that, but I think that
And I think that was my struggle, is that even if I disagree with the fence, because it's not before us, well, I mean, how do we even take a position on it?
Right. And Lake Vista's got unique, they've got their different review process, and there's all kinds of other things that I'm not, hip to, but I'm just.
And here's
that
another
was
thing.
another thought that I had too, is given that it's not before us, is the neighborhood or the specific neighbors that have spoken out about it, do they have some recourse to deal with their concerns in some other fashion? So I guess that's a question to staff.
Doesn't this neighborhood have a design review district already in place with their HOA and the covenants with the levy district? It's Barry. I see you
I'm
not.
sorry, I didn't know you were talking to me.
It was a question to staff, but I mean, if you know.
Yeah, you through the Lakefront Management Authority. And if I could address the fence, I know that's not, like you said, what we're talking about. The neighbors that wrote in about the fence, they're on the opposite side of where the pool will be. The pool faces Swallow, which faces the neighbors, Kelly and James, who are across the street from it. The neighbors on the other side, we met with them a week or so ago. Their main concern, and it's something that we told them that we would discuss with them about. I was shocked to see their two comments today, but between our two, obviously you have to put up a fence when you have a pool. Between our two houses, we were thinking, because their back door they're elevated and their back door opens right onto our yard. So what we were gonna do, we're putting a see-through fence around the whole yard, just like you're supposed to do in Lake Vista. But between our two houses, right outside their back door and our back door, we were talking about doing a horizontal fence with the wide slats in between, because in Lake Vista, you have to have, if you have a wooden fence between houses, which is allowed, you have to have a certain number of space. It can't be a tight privacy fence. So we're not trying to do a privacy fence. We were just trying to think of something that aesthetically could look cool and would give us a little more privacy between each other, but still fits with the neighborhood rules and the Lakefront Management Authority. And so that was our last conversation with them. They said, hey, will you consider keeping it open the entire way, and maybe between our two houses putting that black netting, because that would give us some some privacy. And I told Dean and Charlotte, yeah, absolutely. That's something that we'll consider, like we haven't purchased a fence. We've got plans and we have approvals, but we haven't gone ahead and done a fence. So 100% we need a fence if we have a pool, and 100% we will follow the rules of the neighborhood and Lakefront Management Authority. And we did get a letter of no objection from the LMA on our fence plans. So I'm disheartened that this has turned to the fence, because by no means are we trying to mess up with a fence. You have to have a fence because you have a pool. If what we're saying is that the portion that we were considering to put horizontal wood slats with openings in between, if that's going to screw this whole thing up, that's not this 100% priority to us. We were just trying to give. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, actually, I appreciate you saying that part. The fence you're talking about is on the demising property line between those two. We're not talking about the fence around the pool.
No,
right,
this is not the fence around the pool. I mean, it's around the entire yard, obviously.
I got you.
Yes, but it's two set. Like, we were gonna do an open fence around the pool, all the way down Swallow, all the way around Warbler. And then between our two houses, we were thinking of doing a horizontal wood slat fence with openings, just for a little bit more privacy and just decor. And that is the driveway that we will use, because our property currently has two driveways. The other driveway faces Swallow. That driveway is going away. That was an added driveway before we bought the home, but it's an add. And so that's part of where the pool would be.
So, yeah, and thank you for that, because one thing I was going to speak to earlier, in your plan, you referred to a steel fence, and I'm assuming that it's some form of just a standard picket fence system.
It's a 5 foot, high black ideal aluminum fence, Long Island style pickets. I mean, it's the same one our neighbors across the street have. The pool that we referenced that is across the street is the exact same fence they have. It's the exact same fence maybe 10 neighbors on our streets in Warbler have.
Gotcha. So just from that point, even with that type of fence system, I think what I saw in one of the proposed images, you had landscaping up against the fence. So again, that's where they're helping establish further privacy for themselves at the pool. And that's something that we can't further restrict. You can still put landscaping up against that fence without any vertical height limits.
And that's what everyone does in Lake Vista, is you put the clear fence and then you put some shrubs. And I'm not going to shrub all the way down to Swallow. It's my landscaping bill would be insane. But right in front of our house by our pool, some privacy. So when we're swimming.
Got it.
And when I brought up the point in the beginning, I was just indicating that when I was saying my assumption, I'm especially given that the fence is not up yet, I'm assuming there would be some type of requirements around the fence, and that if they weren't met, similar to the request for a variance here, there would be a request for a variance. And so that's why I was feeling like we might be premature in going down the road of addressing the fence. And that's why I said, because it wasn't before us, I just feel like it's the cart before the horse.
And I just wanted to confirm that the zoning stuff that we're looking at takes into account, down the road, like that we don't mess it up somehow by saying it's okay to have this, but then somebody comes back later and says, well, no, the fence has to be set back a different distance because a different reviewer says the fence has to be, 8 feet away from the property line, and it's showing 4 on these drawings. So that was my only concern. As I said, I'm understanding the argument, and we had a similar case. So. With that said, though, there is one thing about the tree that I just want to call your attention to, the property owner, that if you're modifying that parking area and that parking pad, just be really careful with the concrete and think about if there's a way to do permeable pavers or gravel or something to protect the tree roots, because the pad is right on that, right on the tree. So if you disrupt it in any way, it's going to impact the tree. So if you don't touch it, don't touch it.
Correct. We are not touching that driveway.
But I would talk to an arborist and just make sure that the tree is happy with that large amount of concrete that's on top of its roots. It may be worth taking some of that out and putting some gravel. So I'm playing landscape architect here, which I'm not. So talk to a landscape architect.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions, comments from board members?
Is the motion in order?
Yes, proceed.
Madam Chair, I, Todd James, move to accept the staff's recommendation for BZA docket number 035-21 as this request for variance and the waivers is established for Article 22, Section 22.6 EE1 for swimming pools, distance from lot line. Article
Just want
20.
to clarify that it's Article 21.
Yeah, Article 21 in Section 21. I repeated the word twice. Article 21, Section 21.7, Table 21.2 for permitted encroachments into required yards for swimming pools. And move for the approval as the 9 criteria have been met with the 3 noted provisos.
And I will second that. Romero.
With regard to docket 035-21, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz, to grant the requested waivers, finding that the 9 criteria have been met with regards to swimming pools, distance from lot line, and permitted encroachments into required yards for swimming pool, with the 3 noted provisos. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
I think Matthew may have left. Matthew Rufo. And Candace Forrest, yes. So 6 yeas, no nays. The motion carries. Next item.
you.
The next item is item number 12, BZA docket 03621 for a property at 3201 through 3205 Charter Street. This request is for a variance to permit an addition to an existing single-family residence, resulting in insufficient rear yard setback. The staff recommendation for this application is for approval, and we do not have public comments for item number 12.
Are there any questions or comments from board members? Seeing none, is there a motion?
I'd like to come back to the deferral as initially requested.
I think you're on the wrong item.
Oh, am I?
I don't believe there's a deferral. on this.
36, sorry.
We're on item number 12.
Yeah, number 36, and I skipped to 37. My apologies. Why is my phone not popping up? All right, I'm tagging somebody else in.
Regards to docket, sorry, there it is, 3621. I move to accept the staff's recommendations with the noted 3 provisos.
Alfonso, second.
Thank you. With regard to docket 036-21, it's been moved by Commissioner Diaz, second by Commissioner Gonzalez to grant the requested waiver for rear yard setback, finding that the 9 criteria have been met and subject to 3 provisos. Roll vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez,
Yay.
and Candace Forrest, yay. 6 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
All right, the next item is, item number 13 has been automatically deferred to the May 17th, 2021 meeting. The next item is item number 14, BZA docket 03720. I'm sorry, 03721. This item is an appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the determination that a ghost kitchen is classified as a restaurant rather than a catering kitchen. And do I need to read item 15? I don't know if we were combining these or not. Oh, I'm sorry. Wrong one. Okay, sorry.
We're all having
I think there was.
Everybody's skipping. It ain't just me.
Yes. And we did have a comment for this item. In opposition of this application, Chris Blum at 426 South Cortez Street. I believe the representative of the applicant for this appeal may have misrepresented their client's business operations when claiming that they have always considered themselves a catering kitchen and that the Department of Safety Permits assign them the definition of ghost kitchen. The applicant, Cloud Kitchens or Kitchen Concept LLC, clearly advertise their business models as ghost kitchen on their own website's front page as cloudkitchens.com, stating open a ghost kitchen in 1 month, get cooking in weeks, not months. We make it easy to get your own kitchen up and running, whether you're launching from scratch or expanding an established brand into a new market. I believe this is enough evidence to consider defining the use definition that adopts many of the same use restrictions of the carryout kitchen definition. Please see the described necessity of the convenience of parking and drive-up required to operate these types of businesses where multiple concepts are operating concurrently. The link below details another location the applicant operates at 3300 Fairmont Avenue, Philadelphia. And that website is https://www.inquirer.com. Food Ghost Kitchens Philadelphia Restaurant Owners Pandemic Delivery 20201205.html. And that's the end of the comments for this item. Since there was opposition, the applicant has an opportunity to rebut. You'll have 5 minutes.
Yeah, so first wanted to remind that we did request deferral for this matter. We do think it makes the most sense given that we have multiple issues going on with this particular issue. On the quick rebuttal to that, again, we presented the matter, with regard to being a catering kitchen, and the response that came back, and the term ghost kitchen is again one that was used by staff, but really moving on to the more important issue, I think what we really want to speak to here is I got into some legal issues which mandate the approval, even if this were a reasonable choice matter. But let me get into what the real meat of the issue here is, that this is a catering kitchen, full stop. Because if you think about this, picture the use for a second. This is an industrial structure with kitchen space used entirely for food preparation, no public interface, no public allowed, no menu board, no service counter, no seating, no wait staff, no cashier, no restaurant signage, nothing that resembles anything of what is considered to be a restaurant, with the sole exception of having a kitchen. That's it, kitchen. Otherwise, this operates, feels like a catering kitchen, not a restaurant of any type. And it's because it is a catering kitchen. That's the reason why it's considered catering everywhere else where it is. And it doesn't seem to be a restaurant anyway. So again, I think the focus here really needs to be on, if you just picture the use, there's nothing about it that feels like a restaurant. And you really need an intentionally restrictive interpretation of the CZO in order to even get to restaurant any type catering or carry out, or otherwise. This is a food prep kitchen, an industrial structure that's not open to the public. It's not a restaurant, it's a catering kitchen. I think that's really the end of it. But again, we think it probably makes the most sense to defer, to allow us to finish the larger process here. Thank you.
Are those the end of your comments, Mr. Granderson?
Yes, and I apologize. I'm actually did not realize this was going to run quite so late, and I have a meeting with a council member at 3 o'clock that I'm probably going to get yelled at for being late too. So.
No worries. Hopefully you are not discussing and driving, but I won't belabor that point.
I'm not. I'm parked. I'm parked. I got here early for this very reason.
Okay. So the applicant has requested a deferral. So I think we would need to consider that request initially. And just for clarity, Mr. Granderson, how long of a deferral is this request for?
Just 1 meeting.
Okay. Any questions or comments from board members? Seeing
so that
none?
we don't, so that we don't get Mr. Granderson in trouble with his next meeting, I guess we should expedite this one. Yeah, so Madam Chair, I, Todd James, move to defer BZA docket number 037-21 for 30 days at the request of the applicant.
I'll second.
With regard to docket 037-21, it's been moved by Commissioner James, and I think I heard Commissioner Alvarez second. Roll call, to defer the matter 30 days at the request of the applicant. Roll call vote, Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins,
Yes.
Jose Alvarez,
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz,
Yes.
Alfonso Gonzalez. Did he drop off?
May have.
Okay, and Candace Forrest, yes. 5 yeas, no nays, the motion carries. Next item.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And these two were combined, is that correct? I can't remember.
We didn't make a motion to combine those two. I think we said we were going to do it at this time. So I guess if Madam Chair, for motions in order.
I think we did vote to combine these because the report was one report. So
and the applicant didn't object, so we went ahead and did it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, so the next item is items number 15 and 16, BZA docket 03821 is an appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the issuance of building permit number 1938455 RNVS. And BZA docket 03921 is an appeal of the decision of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits regarding the issuance of building permit number 1733606 NEWC. There were no public comments received for either of these items, so therefore no need for a rebuttal.
And I think the question as we left it to staff was, I think we wanted to allow for us to get to this point of having public comment, but the first question was whether or not the items were properly before us at this point to hear this item, just given some of the comments in the initial presentation of the item. So I think that was a question. I can't recall if it was to legal, to Missy, or to staff.
So what I had said before was that the staff found that these applications were slightly different than the ones before, so they felt they were proper. There was 4 applications, 2 were removed because safety and permits determined they were not allowable. And then these 2 staff opined that they were slightly different from the previous ones, so they decided to docket them. If you disagree with that and find that they are the same and that they are moot, you are more than welcome to vote that way. That's one of your options. So, but the reason why staff docketed them is because they were slightly different.
And just procedurally, how is that in terms of I'm not saying one way or the other, but I know that one other commissioner asked the same question. I believe it was Commissioner Rufo had asked the same question about the mootness. If that's the question, how is that determined? Is there a motion? I'm just trying to understand procedurally how we best proceed.
And let us know if we can comment at all.
You would find that the item is moot and therefore we've done this before and I can't remember exactly what
and that's what I was trying to remember.
The parking lot for Christmas. I remember that one.
I think in the other matters that it was decided on the outset. I don't know that we've had to I can't recall a point where we've had to make the decision on whether or not it was moot. I think it came up as a procedural piece once it came before us, unless another commissioner recalls differently.
Madam Chairman, I'll request the opportunity to address this issue.
At this point, I know that I think we would have to have a vote on the ability for Mr. Kinney to speak. Is that correct, Ms. Quigley? since we have the floor at this point, we would have to suspend the rules.
There's no opportunity for rebuttal unless there was opposition, but it's up to the board to allow for for more consideration. I'm just looking through your rules, and it says no informal requests for advice on moot questions will be considered by the board or any individual members of the board. Let's see if there's anything else. I feel like for that one that I specifically recall that we did say that the appeal was denied because the board found it was moot.
Okay.
Ashley, I think, do you remember that too?
That's my recollection as well, but I'm trying to find my records on it. Unfortunately, that was a pre-cyber attack, so I'm having to go having to do quite a search for those. If one of the BZA staff has the records handy, that would be really great.
And I'm not trying to make a big issue. I was just trying to determine, just to make sure procedurally we were answering this in the right steps and handling it the right way. So I was just asking to make sure procedurally we were proceeding appropriately.
Yeah, I'm almost positive that's what happened last time with that one. So that's in your menu of options. You can, there's accepting the appeal, denying the appeal. You can deny, grant, not accept. And then denial can be for more reasons. There's not an error, or if you find it's moot, then you feel that it needs to be denied or withdrawn from the agenda.
Madam Chair, whether it's moot or not, my bigger concern at this point is because there's still open litigation around this same between the two parties that's before us. If I understand, what's the current status? If you can provide anything, Missy, in terms of it, I understood earlier, Mr. Kinney made a comment that it was in Fourth Circuit.
There was a writ application to the Fourth Circuit.
Okay, so we still have current stuff going on. I would hate for us as a board to be in a position to even answer any questions around this topic right now, understanding that that's still pending. I mean, I'm almost at the point of pushing it out for almost a 60-day to 90-day deferral. Not sure how long it's going to take for that writ to go through its full process. And with that, I'd rather have something in terms of a clear ruling from a different judicant body to give us some framework, or at least just to give us some clarity around if we did something improper beforehand. I'd rather have. I believe,
Mr. Kinney, didn't you mention that you were in favor of a deferral if that was the?
I think our comment was we would not be opposed, but I am not opposed to it being deferred.
Okay. So I just think it's more appropriate at this juncture. Instead of us getting into moot versus not moot, and we all seem to be pretty unclear on that, I'd rather give everybody the time, give BZA staff time to help support safety and permits and legal to just get us clarity around everything that would be in our best interest to have on hand. But as I mentioned before, because there is a writ pending, or at least a writ that has been filed, let's let it follow its due course and then wait before we do anything else here. And that is more in keeping with what we have done in the past. I want to come back to maybe the t-shirt shops. We deferred those cases for an extended period of time because of pending litigation, and we were unclear on the moot status then. So I think that's what's advantageous for us as a board to do at this time, considering our previous decisions.
Any other questions or comments from our board members?
I would just ask a quick question to Mr. Kinney. Do you think it's 60? Do you think it's 90? What has been your group's experience in terms of time and response from the day of when your writ was filed?
I think we should know moderately soon. but I think we should do, if you'd like, go ahead and do 60. You can always bump it again if need be. But I think it does make sense because the determination of that appeal may inform this particular decision.
That's exactly why I don't even want to touch the topic right now. So, and I'll say this: 60. I'm okay with the 60. I just hate to put the staff through notification windows for us to come back in 60 days and extend it again. That's my only reason why I push for the longer durations on items like this, because I've seen where some items have gone to Fourth Circuit. I'm still waiting on stuff to come back on projects I deal with much longer than this. So much longer than 60 days, but I don't mind going with the 60 for now, and we can make a judgment call at that time.
Any other questions or comments from board members? If not, is there a motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I, Todd James, move for a 60-day deferral for BZA docket number 038-21 and BZA docket 039-21, understanding that the applicant does not have any objection to this deferral and giving us time to allow the legal remedies to still follow their process.
And I, Ramiro Diaz, will second that.
With regard to BZA dockets 038-21 and 039-21, it's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz, to defer the matters for 60 days. Roll call vote: Todd James,
Yes.
Tamara Eggins. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Oh. Jose Alvarez.
He deferred. He's
Oh, that's right. Sorry. Ramiro Diaz.
Yes.
Candace Forrest. Yes. I'm trying to keep count. Is that 4? Yeah. 4 yays. Oh, I'm sorry. Alfonso is back. Commissioner Gonzalez.
Yes.
Thank you. 5 yays, no nays. The motion carries.
Wow.
Okay, items 17 and 18 have been removed from the agenda. So with that, would the board consider a motion to adjourn?
Todd James so moves, and I will not skip ahead on that one.
Ramiro will second.
Alfonso second.
Everybody seconds. It's been moved by Commissioner James, second by Commissioner Diaz. I think I heard first to adjourn. Roll call vote: Todd James.
Yes. Wait, I'm sorry. Yes.
Tamara Eggins.
Yes.
Jose Alvarez.
Yes.
Ramiro Diaz.
See.
Alfonso Gonzalez.
Yay.
And Candace Forrest. Yes. 6 yays, no nays. The motion carries, and our meeting is adjourned. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.